and I need to repeat the housekeeping very quickly. If the fire alarm sounds, all members in the chamber and observers in the public gallery are to make their way out of the building and go to the fire assembly point outside the Great Hall, and to remind councillors to turn off their mobile phones. I'd also like to welcome our honorary aldermen in the gallery. You're very welcome, both of you. And I'd like to remind members, before we start, that we're utilising the queuing functionality available on the microphone system. I think you're all familiar with that now, but I will just mention how it works. Members wishing to speak should indicate their intention by pressing the microphone button to automatically be added to the queue. The queue will be visible on the microphone console screen, and I will invite you to speak at the appropriate time. Microphones will be activated and deactivated automatically. Can I have any apologies for absence, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Apologies have been received from Councillors Prad Baines, Jonathan Glenn, Andrew Joy, Aaron Mamalenany, Phil North, Sarah Pankhurst, Elaine Still, Michael Thierry, Martin Todd, Jackie Tustin, and from Honorary Alderman Chris Carter.
Thank you. And can I invite members to disclose any pecuniary interests? All members who believe they have a disposable pecuniary interest in any matter to be considered at the meeting must declare that interest, and having regard to Part 3, paragraph 1.5 of the County Council Members' Code of Conduct, leave the meeting while the matter is being discussed, save for exercising any right to speak in accordance with paragraph 1.6 of the Code. Furthermore, all members with personal interest in a matter being considered at the meeting should consider having regard to Part 5, paragraph 4 of the Code, whether such interest should be declared, and having regard to Part 5, paragraph 5 of the Code, consider whether it is appropriate to leave the meeting while the matter is discussed, save for exercising any right to speak in accordance with the Code. Item 3 of our first meeting, the minutes of the previous meeting that was held on the 4th of November 2021. Is everyone in agreement that those minutes are signed by me? Thank you. And now we turn to the... Oh, shall I do that now? Right. Item 4, Honorary Alderman. I'd like to invite the leader now to present the report on the proposals for Honorary Alderman.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm delighted to propose conferring the title of Honorary Alderman onto 6 former county councillors, 5 of whom are with us this morning. I'm sure you'll agree, each has demonstrated eminent service to the County Council. I know that Adrian is going to talk a little bit about Tony in a moment, so you'll forgive me, Tony, if I talk about your colleagues to your left, first of all. So in no particular but alphabetical order, Charles Chowdhury served as County Councillor from 2013 to 2021, representing the Aldershot West Division, and from 2013 to 17, and then Aldershot North 2017 to 21. Charles served as the chairman of the County Council between 2019 and 2020, and as vice chairman in the previous year. Roger Huckstep served as a county councillor from 2013 to 2021, representing the Meon Valley Division. During his service, Roger chaired the Health and Adult Social Care Select Committee between 2015 and 2021, and was vice chairman of the River Hamble Harbour Management Committee between 2017 and 2021. Sadly, Carol Laversha can't be with us today. She's on holiday, but she served as the county councillor as a county councillor from 2001 to 2013, representing Odium between 2001 and 2009, and Farnborough West from 2009 to 2013. During her service, Carol held the following roles. She was chair of the Children and Young People Select Committee, then known as the Children's Services Policy Review Committee until 2006, and also from 2005 to 2009. Vice Chairman of Policy and Resources Select Committee from 2007 to 2009, Chairman of the same committee from 2011 to 2013, and was Chairman of the County Council in 2010 to 2011, following a year as Vice Chairman. Patricia West served as a County Councillor from 1999 to 2013, representing Andover North between 1999 and 2005, and Andover West from 2005 to 2013. During her service, Patricia held the following roles: Vice Chairman of Youth Panel between 2002 and 2004, Vice Chairman of Children's Services Policy Review Committee 2004 to 2007, Chair and then Vice Chair of Health and Adult Social Care Committee 2007 to 2014, Vice Chair of the Fire and Rescue Authority Performance Review Committee in 2009-2010, Chairman of Children and Young People Select Committee 2009 to 2010, and finally Chair of the County Council from 2006 to 2007, following a year as Vice Chair. And Pat was telling me that she was the second only female chair of the County Council. And finally, Sean Woodward. Sean served as a county councillor from 2005 until this year, representing Fareham Salisbury. During Sean's service, he held the following roles: Executive Member for Economy, Transport and Environment between 2013 and 2016, Executive Member for Recreation and Heritage 2018 to 2020, Chairman of the River Hamble Harbour Management Committee between 2017 and 2021, and Chair of the River Hamble Harbour Board from 2021 to 2024. So I hope you'll agree with me that each has a long and well-evidenced period of service to the County Council. Indeed, when I added up the total amount of time that everybody has spent, you've contributed 77 years of public service just to this council. And I know that many of you have worked and served on other councils, and indeed Sean's tenure as leader of Fareham Borough Council is, I think, one that I'm pretty sure will probably never be surpassed. Our colleagues here have heard me say this before: no one ever enters politics to do harm. We just disagree about the way in which we do good. And your length of service, each of you, and the positivity and the contribution that you've made to the County Council and to the people of Hampshire and to our entire area is, I think, can only be in part repaid by the honour that we give you today. So thank you for all that you've done for us. I hope you enjoy being Alderman, and I look forward to seeing you in that role as the months progress. So colleagues, I recommend that to you, and I hope Adrian's going to second and say a little bit more about Tony.
Councillor Collett.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I'm delighted to second the proposal that all of the nominees this morning should be awarded the status of Honorary Alderman. It's richly deserved in every case. These are all people who've served the County Council over a number of years. I've known all of them in their time that they've been here. I haven't always agreed with all of them, haven't always disagreed with all of them. That's just the way it goes. But the point is, as you say, Chairman, Leader, people don't get involved in this to do harm. We just disagree about how to do good sometimes. I'd particularly like to speak about Tony Barron. I was going to call him Councillor Barron then, but can't get used to him not being here. Tony was a member of the County Council for 16 years and contributed a lot during that period. But I think the most significant period was 1993 to 97, when he was chair of the Education Committee, as it was then. A massive role before a lot of the changes that have happened since that have reduced the role for the County Council. It was a massive role in those days. And a number of things were achieved during that period. First of all, the establishment of the School Governors Forum, very innovative in its day, but giving governors the opportunity to influence policy, to hear about what's being planned, and to have much more active involvement on a wider basis that helped to enrich the role they carried out as governors of their schools. Extra class and play area in every infant and primary school so that pre- and 5-year-olds could have the support that at that time wasn't established across the country as a whole, and more later the government came along and made that a requirement. But Hampshire led the way under Tony's guidance and did a lot of good for children of that age. The first ever drugs protocol with County Council Children's Services, together with the police and social services, working to deal with the growing drugs problem that afflicts quite a number of schools. And it was absolutely essential that these agencies were working together, and it was another example of the visionary leadership that Tony provided to make this happen, to create it. And on a personal level, I'll finish by saying that one of the controversial things that Tony had to deal with was the creation of Henry Tyndale School in Farnborough, which involved the merger of 2 special schools. You could imagine that the parents from those schools were worried about what the implications would be for their children in those 2 schools. But the vision that Tony and the officers and other members had was very clear, and despite a lot of brickbats, they saw it through under Tony's leadership. And I have to declare an interest. My granddaughter has recently been a member or a child at that school. She's now grown up and left. But I can say that school is an absolutely wonderful school and a real tribute to the vision that was had in those days to make it happen. So I'm delighted to support all of the nominees today, but I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Tony Barron. It's a very well-deserved decision. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Collett. And now I invite members to have any questions or to debate the proposals put forward. Councillor House, have you anything to add to Councillor Collett? Any other comments or debate? Do you agree as a council to the nominations that are before you? Agreed. Thank you very much. And that closes the first meeting. And we will reassemble in approximately... Sorry. Sorry. Before we actually shut the meeting, I actually introduced the certificates. And I think this is where I come. Yes. Sorry. Sorry about that. Yeah. And now I think I'm officially allowed to close the meeting. We will reassemble in approximately 5 or 6 minutes' time when some more photographs have been taken. Once again. And I'd like to welcome everybody to this main meeting, and I'd also particularly like to welcome our new councillor, Councillor Jonathan Williams. Once again, if the fire alarm sounds, all members in the chamber and observers in the public gallery are to make their way out of the building and go to the fire assembly point outside the Great Hall. Mobile phones are to be switched off or on silent mode. I'd also like to once again welcome not only existing prior honorary aldermen, but our new alderman as well in the public gallery. I won't repeat the queuing system, as I noticed that the vast majority of you were here earlier, but we will be using the queuing system for speaking today, as we've done in the past. Apologies for absence. Jo, could we have the apologies of absence, please?
Thank you, Chairman. We've received apologies from councillors Prad Baines, Jonathan Glenn, Andrew Joy, Aaron Mamalenany, Phil North, Sarah Pankhurst, Elaine Still, Michael Thierry, Martin Todd, Jackie Tustain, and also from Honorary Alderman Chris Carter. Thank you.
Any other apologies at all? Declarations of interest. I invite members once again to disclose any pecuniary interests. All members who believe they have a disposable pecuniary interest in any matter to be considered at the meeting must declare that interest and have regard to Part 3, Paragraph 1.5 of the County Council's Members' Code of Conduct. Leave the meeting while the matter is being discussed, save for exercising any right to speak in accordance with Paragraph 1.6 of the Code. Furthermore, all members with a personal interest in a matter being considered at the meeting should consider having regard to Part 5, Paragraph 4 of the Code, whether such interest should be declared, and having regard to Part 5, Paragraph 5 of the Code, consider whether it is appropriate to leave the meeting while the matter is discussed, save for exercising any right to speak in accordance with the Code. Moving on to item 3, minutes of the meeting that was held on the 3rd of October 2024. Are you happy for me to confirm those meetings and sign them? Happy. Thank you very much. Moving on to item 4, we've got 3 deputations, and each group of deputies has up to 10 minutes to speak, and the timer will be displayed on the screen. First of all, the first deputation is improvements to the crossing in Lowford. Georgina Huxted, Megan Lewis, and Tim Cork, I understand, are speaking.
Hello, can everyone hear me? Oh, okay, sorry. Good morning, councillors. Thank you ever so much for having us this morning. So Georgia, Megan and myself are here as residents of Basildon and specifically Lowford Village. We want to bring to your attention a specific road junction which we believe is very dangerous to our community. The T-junction is located in the village between Portsmouth Road and School Lane. The junction consists of a zebra crossing across Portsmouth Road, which runs through Lowford Village, and despite the crossing is still a hazard for pedestrians. To give you some context for the complicating factors, we've sent some images and videos that hopefully you have seen to see the traffic and the inherent danger that we experience every day. This explains why we're here. We welcome the Council's intervention previously in responding to previous consultations, but as a community, we do not feel that these changes have made our children any safer. We have lost 2 school crossing patrols. We have seen indication on further cuts to school crossings in the county. We're experiencing increased numbers of near misses every day. And we've now had to come before you today so you can hear what we have to say. We have wider concerns as parents of the wider traffic management in the area that affects the 2 Bursledon schools, but our immediate focus is on improving this junction. Nothing has changed in the area. The traffic management systems that are in place have been put in place because there is an inherent risk and danger to our community, and we're worried that this is not going to make any changes.
The danger presents itself in several ways. Number one, as a link from the A27 to Hamble Lane, Portsmouth Road is a busy cut-through for motorists wanting to avoid the top part of Hamble Lane and the Windover roundabout. The council is already aware of the significant problems of these highways. Number two, multiple entrances and businesses within 50 metres of the junction create bottlenecks and a distraction for motorists, and due to their nature, are often large delivery vehicles and coaches. Number three, the village is on a bus route with the stops in each direction placed in the immediate area of concern. Number four, the road layout of the junction itself forces tight turns into School Lane, drivers overcutting the lane markings, turning left and right into School Lane, blockages of the main road that only add to the poor visibility of the zebra crossing, and lack of awareness of the school crossing patrol. Number five, cars not wanting to get stuck often speed quickly to move to the next section between parked cars, the existing chicane traffic scene, and regularly do not see or react to the zebra crossing. Number six, visibility of signs and road markings is not sufficient through the whole of Loaford Village, and we have had this feedback from drivers as well as pedestrians. We understand that there have been only 6 collisions reported to the police at this junction between the 1st of May 2019 and 30th of April 2024 from a Hampshire County Council Freedom of Information request in October. But these incidents clearly document the daily risks that cause us to worry for the safety of our children. You may have seen the local news coverage when a lady was knocked over and injured when trying to cross in 2023, and there have been many local reports of near misses on local social media and school WhatsApp groups that simply are not reported. It is almost considered as part of the school run that there will be a problem each morning. Only yesterday morning, a car swerved around the school crossing patrol while people were walking across, which perfectly highlights our concern.
So the danger to our children. Our main concern in regard to the danger of the crossing are during school hours. Portsmouth Road is the main walking route for children attending the 2 Bursledon Church of England schools, with 600 pupils, and is next to a car park for an Eastleigh Borough Council Park and Stride initiative. With 45% of our recent reception year intake being out of catchment, a huge number of children walk to and from school and use this crossing daily. The school has very limited parking, which causes a backlog to the road at school times, so they want to encourage people to walk and use the park and stride to alleviate this bottleneck. As well as the school, there are 3 preschool nurseries in close proximity to the crossing, making it an incredibly busy road for cars and pedestrians at the start and end of the school day. Until earlier this year, there were 2 school crossing patrols, and even then it was still a dangerous crossing where drivers would regularly ignore the patrol and push through despite there being people to cross. Since the patrol retired in May, the vacancy has not been filled, which has made the situation more hazardous. This follows on from a second patrol that was taken away a few years ago. There's increasing problems when traffic is queued to one side of the road and cars travelling in the opposite direction cannot see people trying to cross between stationary vehicles. A previous school crossing patrol has kindly provided us with a statement which they would like to add to this presentation.
Thank you. This zebra crossing is in a dangerous location and no longer has a school crossing patrol. It is used by many school children to get across a busy road to get to school. There are many obstacles that obstruct the view of pedestrians and vehicles. It is next to the bus stops, coach companies, shops and restaurants that get deliveries in large lorries during the school run time, and many cars queuing of all shapes and sizes that all block the view, especially to and of children. It is next to an awkward junction that is on a hill that drivers turning left are looking right and then pull away with hill start acceleration, which makes it harder to stop immediately at the zebra crossing. Something needs to be done to improve the safety for all of those using this crossing, especially the children.
So our current patrol covers the adjacent crossing to School Road, which does not have a zebra crossing and is even more difficult to cross. The patrol has been doing this job for many years and is hugely dedicated to ensuring the children and their families cross safely. You won't find a parent in the local area who hasn't a huge appreciation and fondness for her commitment. Having not been able to fill the recent vacant position for the crossing, we are concerned that should we lose the remaining patrol, we will be left in an even more precarious situation.
A further risk is to pedestrians as a whole outside of school hours. As you will have seen in the video footage we sent, the crossing is not only an issue for children travelling to and from school, but at all times of the day. With the crossing being central to Loaford Village, thank you. It serves people visiting the community centre, the cafe, the health centre, the library, local businesses such as One Stop and the hairdressers and the bus stops.
So our proposals for improvement. The overwhelming feeling among residents is that the crossing is an accident waiting to happen, and we wish to raise the awareness of the dangers with the hope that improvements will be made before this happens. We've held a petition in the village, which has been submitted, which has almost 1,000 signatures on it, calling for improvements to this particularly dangerous junction. So I'd like to read out a couple of these proposals for you to consider. The implementation of a raised platform on the existing zebra crossing. We believe this will make it more visible from much further away, and with the addition of the school crossing patrol, the children should be able to cross more safely. From the footage that's been submitted, you'll see that there are many complicating factors with lots of turnings in and around this area. We think that this raised platform would be a good alternative, and one that is already used in other locations in the area, namely Wilden Secondary School, and also at Spring Road and Station Road in Sholing. I'm conscious of the time, so I won't go into that into too much detail. Our second proposal is to secure the long-term future for the school crossing patrol. At an approximate cost of £6,000 per year, again taken from our Freedom of Information request, it seems a small investment for the safety and security of our community's children. It will support Eastleigh Borough Council's Park and Stride initiative. We respect the county's need to reduce costs, but in this instance, we strongly feel this is the wrong place to be taking away investment. Should both of these points be implemented, the crossing would be substantially safer. However, it will not affect the larger issue of the road layout. We'd also like to request a feasibility study for redesigning the junction layout and the nearby traffic management systems to improve the flow and pedestrian visibility. We would like a county, parish and borough council level meeting to discuss how we can improve the school run for our community. We would love to see a community consultation event to hear, so you can hear firsthand the feeling of the community and to get to hear some of the solutions that we have from within us. And also we'd like for there to be a commitment to see the site in reality, so you can see what is going on. We thank you for your time, and we hope that we have raised this issue for you to consider. Thank you very much.
Georgina, Megan and Tim, thank you very much for your deputation. And could I now ask the Executive Lead Member for Universal Services to acknowledge that they have heard exactly what was said in the deputation and will take it into account in the future.
Thank you. And thank you very much for your deputation and for attending this morning. And also for sending over the videos, because that was really very helpful. Appreciate all the work you've done this morning and all the research beforehand. Very happy to look at the site as a whole, and also would be really pleased to come to a meeting in the community and look at it and hear the concerns in person. So we'll be in touch and we'll be working on it. Thank you very much.
And now we have our second deputation about bus provision for the waterside area. I understand Serena Merritt and Jackie Clark will be presenting that. They're just coming in now. Okay. Welcome to you both. Just to let you know, you have 10 minutes to make your deputation on bus provision for the waterside area.
Cheshire County Council. My name is Serena. Thank you so much for listening to us today. I'm here with Jackie, who's a member of the local community of Cowshot, and we're here representing the waterside area and speaking about the really important issue of bus provision in that area. The reason we're here today is because there is a problem in the waterside area. Since COVID, we've seen a dramatic reduction of bus service, and particularly in the areas of Cowshot and Marchwood. And both of these areas face rural poverty. They are areas that are not particularly well provided for. There are no shops in Cowshot, there are no amenities, and there is a real need for social connectivity for that place. But recently, with the new bus revision timetable, Cowshot now has, in the week, not at the weekend, but on weekdays, periods of 5 hours in the day where there are no buses at all. And there are countless residents with stories of being trapped in Cowshot, not being able to get out to even attend their GP appointments. And I think that this is quite concerning. I hope you agree with me that people in rural areas really need to be socially and economically connected for their well-being. And buses are a crucial part of this jigsaw puzzle of well-being for people in areas such as ours. And so to hear a little bit more about the story of Cowshot, I'm going to introduce Jackie now, who's going to speak on behalf of herself and a friend, Josie.
Hello. Thank you very much for inviting us to have our say. My name is Jackie, and I've been a resident of Cowshot for just over 5.5 years. I'm here to tell you my story, and that of my neighbour Josie. She unfortunately can't be here due to her terminally ill husband's recent decline in health. I'm going to be honest with you, until recently, I haven't actually used the buses regularly, not unless my grandchildren were over, and then we just went on them for adventures and fun. But in May of this year, I had a total knee replacement, and obviously I couldn't drive. So I had friends dropping in for the first 2 weeks and doing shopping and things, and then after that, I then started going out on the bus, and I'd either go to Blackfield and just pick up a couple of bits that I needed, come back again, and it was a lifeline, it really was. It was absolutely... It saved my sanity, to be honest with you. We don't have a shop in Cowshot. We don't have a pub. We have nothing. We've got a beach, a very nice gravel beach. But apart from that, we don't have anything. So if you can't get in a car now, you can't go anywhere. But I used the buses, and that was when we had the hourly service. We didn't know about these cuts back then, so I was lucky. My knee op was when it was. For doctor's appointments, obviously you can't get a doctor's appointment around a bus service. And just getting to Blackfield on the buses with my knee, I had to get off in the actual village and then walk up to Blackfield, but there was a bus service coming just literally over the other side to catch back again. So that made it all fine. Now, if I want to catch a bus, just to fill you in, since I've had a blood clot on the lung, I'm now acutely asthmatic since my knee op, and then I had a blood clot to the brain, and I've had a stroke. I'm lucky my voice, my speech and things aren't impaired, but my memory, I get confused, and I get very forgetful over things. But they have just decided that I can start driving again. But if I have another stroke, that's it. My licence is gone. And I don't want to not live in Cowshot. It's everything to me, because I don't want to be around loads of people but I want to be able to get a pint of milk when I need one. And I want to go and see friends. And this is Josie's story. And I read it, she's typed this out for me. I have lived on the waterside for over 40 years and in Cowshot 15 years, but I've never felt so isolated as I do now, owing to an almost non-existent weekday bus service imposed on Cowshot. When I moved to Cowshot, the bus service was 2 hourly, and just to get to Hythe, but you could get to the doctors, the chemists, the hairdressers, the dentists, the library, the shops, well, almost anywhere that you needed. The Saturday service was then dropped, and then a Sunday and evening service did not exist. Then the buses were completely stopped. Fortunately, sense prevailed, and the number 8 was extended to serve Cowshot. During COVID, the number 9 was then the service, and somewhen we got the Sunday service back, but I can't remember exactly when. I could get out and about, shop, medical appointments. Fast forward to September the 24th, year 24 this year, and suddenly any form of independence was taken away. No longer can I pop to Hythe and get home in a reasonable time scale. My husband is terminally ill, and I can't be away from home for hours. Recently, my husband had a medical emergency and needed an ambulance. Fortunately, ambulance personnel stabilised my husband, contacted the local doctor on call, who prescribed medication, which I could pick up from the pharmacy. But how do I get there when the next bus left the village at 2:30-ish, and there's no bus back till after 5? She can't be away from her husband for that amount of time. He was given September as his date, so we're obviously into extra time now. They're my neighbours. And a taxi to collect the prescription would have cost her over £30 there and back. It's not fair. She's a pensioner. She's got a bus pass she can't use because of the times of the buses now. If she gets to Blackfield, she has to pay for that service because that's the only way she can go and get back to her house within an hour, and she has to pay for both those buses. And I don't think it's fair to cut people off. In time of need, when people need their friends, they need support, we are being cut off. Sorry, I'm getting a bit choked up. But I would like you really to seriously think about how this affects us all. Sorry.
Thank you so much, Jackie, for sharing. And I'd like to say it's not just Jackie's story. I'm here representing a group called Better Buses for the Waterside. And we set this campaign up when we realised from a cost of living crisis meeting group that we had in our community that the main concern for people was buses. And at this time, we conducted a survey of our local community. And there are some really striking stories that came out of this survey that I think need to be heard today. So let me tell you a few of those. I have to travel to our doctors in Dibden Purlieu, and the number 8 bus doesn't connect with the number 9, which leaves just before. So it takes me 4 hours to do a 3.9 miles trip. Very frustrating. Yesterday, I stood waiting for the number 8 bus going to Hythe that just didn't turn up. I ended up going home. Not the first time this has happened either. So frustrating, as buses are only every hour in Marchwood. I have sometimes been unable to get to work and struggled to get home from Southampton, having missed the last ferry and the bus not running. I have managed to get to Hythe by another bus, but then had to walk to Holbury. And these stories highlight the plight of many people on the waterside, all ages, all stages, people who work, the elderly, people who are infirm, and who rely on buses, for whom buses are not a convenience. They are a crucial lifeline. And so today, when we come to you with this deputation, we stand representing these people who are vulnerable and who need your help. So what do we want to see change? Our petition for better buses, which we will hand in today, gained over 1,250 signatures. And we've handed it into the office of Blue Star this morning, and it will come to your council later. And after a conversation with Blue Star and HCC, we were told that we needed some more specific goals. So here they are. Number one, we understand it might be a challenging battle, but we really would urge you as a council to try to mitigate the cuts to Calshot. The funding conditions of the bus service improvement plan say that it has to be used for maintaining social and economic connectivity, and we would argue this wasn't considered when the cuts to Calshot were made. Number two, we would ask you to consider consulting the communities that you are providing bus services for. In the case of Calshot, we were given 2 weeks' notice about the cuts. That wasn't enough time. Number three, in terms of fares, we urge this council to consider lobbying for the waterside area to be included in the Southampton Plus zone. At the moment, if it's true that the cap will go up to £3, we're looking at residents of the waterside who have to get to hospital paying £12 for a return journey, when if they were included in the Southampton Plus zone, they would only pay £7.10.
Can I ask you to bring your remarks to a conclusion as the 10 minutes is up?
So thank you so much for listening to our specific asks of you today. We do ask that you consider the vulnerable in the waterside area and their bus provision. Thank you very much.
Thank you both very much for your deputation. Can I ask the lead member to respond?
That's it, okay. Unfortunately, the deputies have just left, and I wanted to thank them personally for coming in today, and I think we were all quite moved by that deputation. It was difficult to listen to, and it really came from the heart. They're not here, but I will say it to everybody here. We will look at this. It is part of the bigger picture for the bus transport service. And I appreciate, having spoken to them this morning, that Calshot does have issues, particularly with the social connectivity. So it is a piece of work which will be contained in a larger piece of work about bus transport. Thank you.
Now we have our third deputation, the provision of spare capacity seats on the Ansell's Farm School Transport Bus Service to Valmead Junior School.
Morning, everyone. My name is Emily. With me today are Gina, Emily, and Philippa. We represent the Ansell's Farm community in Fleet and the many families who rely on the long-standing school bus service. We are here to advocate for the continued availability for parents to pay for spare capacity seats on the Ansell's Farm school bus, which has been essential to our community for over 30 years. When the Ansell's Farm estate was developed, a project to build a primary school on site was planned. In 1989, the council made the decision not to build that school, designating Fleet Infant and Valmead Junior as the catchment schools, which are just under 3 miles away. Owing to this unique situation, a bus service was promised for all children as part of this arrangement. 5 years ago, the council decided, in line with statutory law, that only children between 5 to 8 years old were eligible for transport, but they allowed parents of younger and older children to purchase spare capacity seats on the bus. We have just been told that from January, these spare capacity seats are no longer available, which affects the majority of children that use this service. We request that Hampshire County Council honour the original arrangement and reinstate the spare capacity seats for parents to purchase as part of its commitment to student safety, environmental responsibility, and family welfare.
When families chose to reside in Ansell's Farm, they were informed by the council
that Fleet Infants and Velmy Junior Schools were the designated catchment schools. The provision of a school bus service was a critical factor in almost every parent's decision to live in the area, who pay the same council taxes as everyone else and deserve the same access to local services. The children of Ansell's Farm have therefore always relied on the bus service to safely reach the school they have been told by the council to attend. It is unthinkable that this provision should be suddenly removed at a time when Hampshire school attendance is still lower than pre-pandemic rates. The Department for Education's statutory guidance on home-to-school transport emphasises that local authorities should ensure that, and I quote, "Children who begin attending a school under one set of travel arrangements continue to benefit from those arrangements until they leave that school." Hampshire County Council's decision to suddenly reduce capacity on the Ansell's bus service is in direct contradiction of this Department for Education guidance.
Parents of Ansell's Farm have previously raised concerns with the safety of the walking route, which takes an hour to walk each way. The route was assessed in 2018 but has not been updated since. 6 years later, it is no longer relevant. Traffic volumes have continued to rise, particularly around Fleet Railway Station, where a multi-level car park has been erected, leading to an increase in vehicles at peak commuting time, when children would be crossing to walk to school. Since 2018, the removal of cycle lanes along the route has reduced pathways for cycling. The reality is that most working parents do not have 4 hours spare to walk their children to and from school safely in all weathers. An increase in traffic around Velmead Road is therefore inevitable. The infrastructure on Velmead Road is already inadequate to support the number of vehicles at peak times. A further increase will impact the health and safety of all children at both schools, as well as local families and residents, therefore increasing the risk of a road traffic accident at peak times. We would expect the Council to have undertaken an updated safety assessment for the route and a risk assessment related to the traffic increase on Velmead Road before making this decision. We have not seen evidence of this. COP29 affirmed the UK's commitment to reducing emissions by 81% by 2035. The 2050 Commission of Inquiry identified the changing climate as the most important driver for change in Hampshire. Hampshire's local transport plan claims that, I quote, "Our changing climate is the biggest long-term issue facing Hampshire. LTP4 in great detail places environmental sustainability at the centre of its objectives, aiming to reduce reliance on private vehicles and promote greener travel options. As part of this document, Hampshire lays out core policies to determine how they plan and deliver all aspects of transport. Core Policy C1 outlines putting people and places at the heart of our decisions. Core Policy C4 states, place climate change at the heart of decision making. We feel the decision to eliminate the spare capacity seats on Ansell's bus service does not align with these policies. Instead, the short-sighted cost-cutting measure directly contradicts climate goals by increasing car usage for the foreseeable future, leading to higher emissions and traffic congestion and a greater reliance on private car usage. We urge the Council to assess the environmental implications and publicly share these findings before making this decision.
Equality and inclusion must be considered. The proposed changes also disproportionately affect vulnerable groups. Where children over 8 will now be unable to pay for a spare capacity seat, the majority of children using Ansell's bus service will be between 5 and 8 years old. However, those in receipt of free school meals will still be eligible regardless of age. Without all their peers around them, however, they will be easily identified. This could inadvertently disclose economic status, leading to stigmatisation and discrimination. This will be even more pronounced when removing the bus service midway through a school year. An equalities impact assessment is essential to ensure that the decision does not inadvertently discriminate against any group. We do not believe the impact of these changes has been fully considered until now and urge the Council to take this seriously. While the most pressing issues that we've raised are related to children's safety, equality and environmental policies, the repercussions of this decision are endless. For example, there will be severe financial and time costs on families, forcing many to alter their work hours or employment altogether. For families with children at multiple schools, the impact will be significant. In particular, those who have a mix of eligible and non-eligible siblings, none of whom will be able to use this service, as parents cannot be in two places at once. It will also cause a strain on wraparound care provisions. The availability of this service is already limited, and the school will unlikely be able to cope with an influx of children suddenly needing this care. The Council must also please consider the impact on our children's mental health. Due to uncertainty around their transport arrangements, sudden mid-year changes when they turn 8, inconsistencies with their peers who age out of eligibility at different times, and the added stress of parents rushing to and from school. This cannot be overstated. The health and safety of our children is paramount.
In conclusion, Hampshire County Council made a commitment to providing safe transport when it chose not to build a local school on Ansell's Farm many years ago. This is a unique situation, unlike any other school transport commitment in Hampshire, and we feel incredibly let down by this latest decision which breaks this long-standing promise. In 2019, Councillor Steve Forster signed a letter along with MP Ranil Jayawardena and Councillor Stephen Parker, stating that it is not good enough for Hampshire County Council to simply point the finger at local authority finances, as providing a safe route to school remains a statutory duty, and that the priority in any circumstance should be maintaining a bus service. Given everything that we've laid out, this remains truer than ever. We therefore request that the Council keep the provision for parents to be able to pay for spare capacity seats on the Ansell's bus service. At a minimum, we request a delay in the decision, allowing for the appropriate environmental and equality assessments to be carried out, and to maintain consistency for the children already using the existing arrangements. As the changes are expected to take place in January, this is urgent. This is the moment for Hampshire County Council to renew their promise and do the right thing for their constituents. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you all for your deputation. I now ask the executive member to respond.
Thank you, Leader, and thank you for coming along today and making your deputation. I will make sure that everything you've said today forms part of the review that we are currently doing on spare capacity. And my colleague next to me has also offered to look at the climate change impact for you as well. Finally, as well, myself and our officers will continue to work with the school to offer alternative solutions that we have been offering them as well, and we will send those out and remind them of those as well. Thank you.
We now move on to agenda item 5, which is my announcements. I just have a few short announcements this morning. First of all, awards. Universal Services, Louise Bacon, Registration Officer, received the National Accreditation Certificate from the General Registry Office last month. So, well done, Louise. Moving on to Sir Harold Hillier Gardens, they're pleased to announce that it has recently been awarded a Gold Award in Britain in Bloom's South and South East Parks and Heritage section. This is the 11th year in a row that the Gardens has been awarded such a prestigious accolade. The 2050 department launch of the Defence and Security Cluster, which took place on the 6th of November, the Council, alongside partners from Fareham Borough Council, Airbus, the MOD and the Defence and Security Accelerator, launched the South Central Defence and Security Cluster. The cluster joins other regions across the UK in supporting companies of all sizes gain insight, funding and collaboration opportunities in an industry that is notoriously difficult to engage with. Moving on to awards, I have pleasure in confirming that Nicola Waite in Hampshire 2050 has been awarded the Transport Planner of the Year by the Transport Planning Society. Her award recognises the work she's done. So well done, Nicola, for that award. And moving on now to my own diary over the last 3 months, which has been fairly busy. I've attended 2 royal visits, one by the Princess Royal when she visited the Warsash Sailing Club in October, and more recently, Prince Edward, the Duke of Edinburgh, awarded the King's Award for Enterprise to the Archmont Estate in Eastleigh, which I attended. In addition, I've attended various events organised by different parts of the council, including emergency planning and children's services, and I also visited the Integrated Business Centre at the end of last month. More recently, I attended the 10-year party to celebrate the launch of the Hampshire Cultural Trust 10 years ago, and the staff remembrance service for Poppy Day on the 11th of November. I also attended the Chairman's Apprenticeship Recognition event last week, as well as attending the annual reception of the Watercress Line. And before I move on, I would just like to congratulate Councillor Roger Price, who will not be at the next meeting of the council in February, who will be leaving the council, retiring in May alongside myself, for the 34 years he's been a councillor of this council, a significantly lengthy period of time. It certainly puts my 16 years in perspective. And finally, sadly, I have to record the death of the former Honorary Alderman, Dr. John Wall, and also former Councillor Pamela Pesketh, who has also sadly passed away. Councillor John Wall represented the Whitchurch and Clare electoral division between 1993 and 2005, and Councillor Honorary Alderman Pamela Pesketh represented the Eastgate electoral division between 1993 and 2005, and the Winchester Eastgate division from 2005 until 2009. And I will now pause for anyone amongst councillors who would like to speak and pay tribute to Councillor Ward initially, and then Councillor Pesketh. Yes, Councillor Collett.
Thank you, Chairman. I was late pressing the button and getting my name on the list, but thank you for calling me. I know others want to speak as well. We knew that we were going to be thinking about John Wall today. I was very sad to hear a few days ago that we are now also thinking about Pam Pesketh. They were 2 lovely people that I've known for a very long time, and in each case, I'm very sad to hear of their loss. I first met John Wall in the queue at a party conference. I'll let you guess which party. And I'd never met him before, and John and his wife Alison, his late wife Alison, were queuing up, and I queued behind them. And he turned round and looked at me, and I thought he was glaring at me, thinking that I was trying to push in. And it just shows how you shouldn't rely on first impressions. because that's the last thing John would ever do. He was just looking round to see who it was. I first got to know Pam Peskett in 1984 in the European election campaign when I was agent for the Lib Dem candidate for Hampshire Central. And we had an office just round the corner in Southgate Street. And Pam and her family were working very hard to support that campaign. I got to know her and her husband Hugh and her daughter Jessica. And they were, again, lovely people. Sadly, Pam lost Hugh a few years ago in the same way that John had lost Alison. Oops, sorry, keep bashing that. They were both highly intelligent, considered people who really treated seriously the things we all discussed. And when they spoke, they were always worth listening to. But neither of them were ever the sort of people that were in it for the limelight. A lot of people say often that in politics there are people who get involved in order to be things, and there are others who get involved in order to do things. And both of them were firmly in the latter category. I was really pleased that both of them were able to attend a 40-year anniversary a year ago of Lib Dem county councillors. There were a lot of people there, and John was in a wheelchair and had to be brought to the reunion by one of our colleagues, but it was lovely to see them both. I'm just so sad that a year later they're both gone. But the one last thing I would say is, and it's true in both cases, it's remarkable how many similarities there are. I never heard a hostile word said about either of them. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Collett. Councillor Porter.
Thank you. I just want to first of all give my condolences to the family of John Wall. I knew him well, and when I first looked to stand as a county councillor, he took me proudly to the pieces of open space that he had helped create, and he thought about the environment even before most of us were even starting to think about it. So that's very important. But you introduced Pamela Peskett as a councillor. She was, in fact, an alderman, and she was the only one that I ever know that came back to speak in at scrutiny meetings. Others might have done it, but certainly in my experience, she came back to speak at scrutiny meetings. She felt so passionately about the subject, she couldn't stop, even though she had become an alderman. And that was her right as well, and that's what she used. She was so passionate about children that she created a charity called Friends of the Family. It still exists, and it goes from strength to strength. It was very specifically for children at that time in one of the most deprived parts of her division. And it's really a testament to her support of that charity right until the very end, that it still exists and thrives today. The other thing she was passionate about was children who were tied up in the justice system, either because their parents were in the justice system or because they too were in the justice system. She never forgot that, and it was always something very, very important to her, and something she talked about right until the last few months. So I think we've lost a great advocate for children in Pamela, and a great advocate for the environment in John. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Councillor Thacker.
Thank you, Chairman. I first met John Wall at the Count when I was first elected to the Whitchurch and Clear division. I was late for the Count, and my agent was going spare when I arrived. Those of you who remember Councillor David Kirk, my agent was his wife, and those of you who know her know what going spare means. But at that moment, I was grabbed calmly by the hand, and a gentleman in spectacles introduced himself as John Wall, my opponent's agent, and congratulated me on my win, and he said, "Work hard for the town." After serving the county, he continued to serve the town of Whitchurch as a local authority school governor and on the town council. When he wrote to me asking if I might renominate him to the Tesbourne School local authority governorship, I had no hesitation in doing so. When he would ask me questions at town council, his questions were quiet, considered, precise, and direct. it was clear that he hoped the answer would be the same. Although we knew each other perhaps not well, it was clear to me that the service to the community was his prime concern, and Whitchurch has lost a true champion. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Thacker. Are there any other councillors that wish to make tributes? Well, before I ask you to stand for 1 minute's silence, I would just like to add my own comments, really following on from Councillor Porter. I didn't know Dr. John Wall, but I did meet Pamela Peskett on a number of occasions when I was the Executive Lead Member for Children's Services, and I want to associate my comments with those of Councillor Porter. She was a huge advocate for youngsters in difficult circumstances. And now I'd like you to stand for 1 minute's silence to remember our two former councillors. Thank you all very much. And now we move on to item 6, the Leaders' Report.
Thank you, Chairman. So good morning, everybody. Hope you like the new tie. Bought it myself. More blue this time. In 4 weeks' time, we will all be sitting around, I suspect, very full on Boxing Day. And so I wanted to make the theme of my report to you this time around the fact that Christmas is coming. And for those of you who still have children who send letters to Santa, or indeed possibly grandchildren that do so, I thought we'd talk about all the different wish lists that we might be compiling over the next few weeks. In no particular order, I was going to bring a long scroll, but then my children nicked it for the various bits of IT that they want for Christmas, none of which they're getting. First of all, I wish we'd won the Bishop's Waltham by-election, but we didn't. So, Jonathan, many congratulations. Well done on a well-deserved win. Welcome to the council. Look forward to working with you. And I hope you enjoy a long and successful tenure as the new member of Bishop's Waltham. Yeah. Maybe not that long. But the other thing that I didn't realise until the chairman mentioned it was Roger. And Roger, I wish you weren't leaving. And I'm sorry you won't be here in February as well, but thank you. I've enjoyed everything that we've done together. You've been a fantastic advocate for Porchester. You've had me down there in my different roles to make sure that we're doing good stuff for your community. That is exactly what members of this council should do. So I'm sorry you won't be here in February for what will be our final meeting, but I wish you all the very best, and I'm sure that we'll see one another before the end of the council term. But thank you for all that you've done. I wish we had more positive news on the finances as well, frankly, but we don't. It's clear that the only way we'll be able to sustainably meet the full budget gap of 182 million that we face in the next financial year is to change the way in which funding is allocated by government, or more importantly, to give us the freedom so that we have the ability to act as we would wish. And so you've heard me say it before, but I will say it again. We hope that they will allow us to unring-fence some of the funds they give us to charge for the services that for which we cannot charge, to charge a commercial rate for the services that we have to charge at a fixed rate, often at a rate that has not been changed for many years. And providing us with those kind of flexibilities would provide us with the ability to present our finances in a much more sustainable way. We'll be talking, no doubt, about the medium-term financial plan later on. So another wish I'm sure you've got is that I get on with it and we don't spend too long talking about this. One of the ways by which we can, though, deliver for the people of Hampshire is to provide them with the opportunity that a devolution proposal would bring. So I wish that we can get on with devolution. I very much hope that we can. Our conversations as upper-tier authorities with the leaders of Southampton and Portsmouth and the Isle of Wight continue very positively. They remain kind and cooperative, and we all remain on good terms in terms of pushing that forward. We are putting together our ask of what we might wish to ask of any devolution deal. Clearly, we are all in the place where we would like to make sure that we deliver for our communities if we are to accept a combined authority, particularly a mayoral one. The challenge, I think, is the line that suddenly appeared in the budget statement back on the 30th of October, which told us that the government have some form of expectation that local government reform comes with any devolution deal. And quite honestly, colleagues, things work well in Hampshire. We have a system that works, although we are complex and we have 11 districts and the county, we work in general very well with all of them, and there are quite a number of you that sit on both district and borough councillors in the county here. There are a number of you who are leaders of districts and borough councils here as well. And we might have the occasional tiff, but in general we get on and we deliver for our communities very well. And my view very much is that if we are told that we've got to go down the route of having to reform our local government into unitary authorities at the same time as delivering a devolution deal for the people of Hampshire that would provide them with a much greater chance of prosperity, we will be following down a rabbit hole that will take us years to sort out and will cost us very much money and will mean that much of the benefit that we might achieve from either devolution or from the potential savings of local government reform will be lost in the melee that will follow. So my point remains, let us get on and sort out a devolution deal that delivers for all of the people of Hampshire and the Solent. Then if you want us to look at local government reform, let us do that later on in a way and at a time and of a design of our collective and collegiate doing. I wish we didn't have to deal with climate change, but we do. And so I hope you'll all join me in offering us a sincere thanks to the County Council employees who responded to the impacts not only of Storm Bert, but also of Storm Conal over the last few days, and are continuing to deal with the aftermath this week. Many teams, including those from Highways and Countryside, worked through incredibly challenging conditions to maintain services over the weekend. Notably, Highways staff responded to 137 reported emergencies on local roads, including 28 fallen trees, taking swift action to reopen roads as quickly as possible. That was just over the weekend for Storm Bert, and I know that there's been much action overnight on Tuesday night and yesterday to ensure that the roads were reopened again where they were closed as a consequence of flooding. I wish we can see an end to the war in Ukraine. It's now over 1,000 days since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and we quite rightly remain welcoming and supportive of our Ukrainian guests who have fled that terrible and unjust conflict. So on Monday this week, I had the honour of welcoming the Minister Councillor of the Embassy of Ukraine, Mr. Edward Fesko, to Hampshire. During his visit, Mr. Fesko heard about the Homes for Ukraine scheme, how we're managing it, and took the opportunity to meet some of Hampshire's officers who do a fantastic job, and guests and host families. I'm grateful to the team from the Ukrainian Embassy for visiting us and enabling us to show them our solidarity with the people of Ukraine and to confirm for them that it's as constant and steadfast as it was on the 24th of February 2022. Hampshire residents have generously opened their homes and spare rooms to help more than 3,700 people from Ukraine rebuild their lives in our country. At present, there are around 800 guests in the Homes for Ukraine scheme in Hampshire, supported by 545 host households. And this remains one of the largest schemes in the country. And so we should be very proud, all of us, of that fact. Without the generosity and compassion of Hampshire's residents, none of this would have been possible, nor the Hampshire Children's Services Directorate team, who have managed the scheme excellently since its inception. So thanks to them, thanks to Ros and Steve for also helping with hosting the Ukrainian embassy team. Thanks to our district and borough colleagues who have worked so well through their housing departments to support us through this process. And thanks to Rod, our Ukrainian member champion, who has been assiduous in representing the people of Ukraine. Thinking back to something that we did last council, I wish older people in Hampshire didn't have to worry about fuel poverty this Christmas, but they do. Alongside 12 key organisations supporting older residents in Hampshire, I, as promised, wrote to the Chancellor of the Exchequer in October to request a review of the decision to means test the winter fuel payment. Thanks to David and Jackie, we agreed that actually we should write a separate letter about the Household Support Fund, or make a separate request about the Household Support Fund. So it also that letter also requested that the government works with local authorities on a planned succession to the Household Support Fund, which would enable local welfare schemes to be maintained on a more permanent basis. So the government has confirmed that the Household Support Fund will continue next year. That was announced in the budget, which is a good thing. They also announced, though, that it would be at the same level as this, which is less helpful in terms of being able to expand the work that we do. As requested by you, I've added my name to Age UK's petition, and I hope you all have too. That was part of our motion back then. And I can confirm that now Hampshire's libraries are recognised as warm spaces. Many are listed on the Warm Welcome Spaces website, and we are actively promoting libraries as warm spaces, including through targeted promotion of warm and welcome events aimed at supporting residents facing food and fuel poverty. Pension credit awareness campaign is being used to continue to support the DWP's campaign to encourage people of state pension age to check their eligibility for pension credit up until the 3rd week of December. So that window is closing. We only have 3 weeks for people to apply should they wish. So a final reminder to everybody, if you think you might be able to claim pension credit, do so, because that means that you are eligible for the winter fuel payment. We've held discussions with local charities and community organisations to promote pension credit uptake, including Citizens Advice and the Hampshire Council for Voluntary Services, and organisations that work to support older residents at increased risk. Amongst all of the different things that we hear around our finances, as you know, I remain incredibly positive about the way in which we work. And the really important thing to remember is that no matter what our finances, what we might talk about our finances, we don't stop that work, and we will never stop that work that we use to support people in Hampshire. So as we head into the winter months, I wish people understood that better and they understood the fantastic work that we do. I'd like to highlight 2 highly effective schemes the Council and partners are delivering to enable adults with care needs to receive care in the community and live independently for as long as possible. On an average day, the County Council assists approximately 530 residents in Hampshire through our Argenti Care technology service. This is supported by over 40,000 friends, neighbours and relatives who have volunteered to support our residents should they need immediate help. Argenti is dedicated to further enhancing the service by identifying potentially at-risk individuals and proactively contacting them to prevent crises before they occur. For example, when Argenti receives 3 automatic alerts within 27 days that Josie from the New Forest has fallen over, Josie and her named responder are proactively contacted by the Agenti service to check that she's okay and signpost her to further information, advice and guidance as necessary around falls. This approach marks an exciting new direction for the Care Technology Service, one that uses data to drive insight, prevention and action. In terms of extra care housing, April this year saw the opening of our 21st extra care housing scheme for older adults, the third new purpose-built scheme funded by the County Council in the last 2 years. Our extra care housing schemes provide over 1,000 people with affordable housing, where they can live independently with the safety and security of having a care team on site 24/7. Schemes also offer wider benefits to residents through the availability of on-site restaurants, communal lounges and social events. Planning permission has recently been secured for a further scheme in East Hampshire. We are committed to ensuring that this type of housing with care is available to people in all areas of the county. And I think the extra care facilities are a perfect example of why, when we talk about our financial situation, we are at the moment not talking about the capital reserves that we hold. And the reason we don't talk about that is that they truly are the family silver of Hampshire. And it is that money that provides these services. Not only does it then impact our revenue budget by supporting older people, but it provides a legacy for the people, which is exactly where the receipts from our capital sales should go. Finally, talking of the excellent work that we do with adults with lifelong disabilities, I visited Fareham yesterday with Councillor Pam Bryant, and she very kindly took me to Winton Way Gardens, where we had a fantastic morning with Lorraine and Sam and their team, and seeing all of the good work that they do for young adults with learning disabilities in the area. And I just have to say, which I promised I would say this, Alice, I will be back to get some of your coffee again. That's an in-joke. We also took a look at the Y Services, a project that supports young people in the Fareham area and in Gosport and the southern parishes, and does a brilliant job, entirely funded by charitable grant, and they do brilliant work as well. I wish our businesses were even better valued. I think they are largely, but devolution would help them further. And one of the ways by which we could do that was to support the Hampshire Business Awards this year. So I was pleased to attend the Hampshire Business Awards last week on behalf of the County Council and the Hampshire Prosperity Partnership. The awards ceremony recognised and celebrated the outstanding achievements of Hampshire businesses in 2024 across a wide range of categories. I'd particularly like to thank the Business Magazine for their fantastic work organising the awards, and thereby shining a richly deserved spotlight on the excellent people and businesses in Hampshire's business communities. The award sponsors, whose backing means we can give Hampshire's leading businesses such special recognition, they were in particular Lainston House and Farnborough International Exhibition Conference Centre for being great hosts at the finalists and sponsors' drinks and the awards ceremony respectively. All the individuals and businesses who applied for an award, they all were able to stand proudly with the amazing achievements that they've undertaken in the county. The quality of the applications that come forward for the Business Awards is first class and creates a real headache for the shortlisting judges. That's a great problem to have, though, because it shows the outstanding strength in depth we have in Hampshire's businesses across all sizes and growth-driving sectors. My final wish, it's a little bit early, but my final wish is to wish you all a very happy Christmas and a prosperous and healthy new year for you and your families. Thank you for all you've done this year. I'm sure that we'll see one another in the various events in the run-up to Christmas that we'll be attending. I hope to see you all again in a few months' time when we meet once more to talk about the budget. And I wish very much that we're in a better state at that point.
Thank you very much, Leader. We now move on to item 7, questions. We allow 30 minutes for questions, and any questions we don't manage to get to in the 30 minutes will receive a written response within 6 working days of the meeting. And the first question is from Councillor David Harrison to the Leader.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning. Could the executive member please provide members with an update on proposals to widen a section of the A326, and this is the road that runs north to south down the waterside?
Sorry, Leader.
Yeah. I was waiting for you to tell me I could stand up. Councillor Harrison, thank you for your question. The development of the A326 North is part of the government's large local majors programme, which recognises the importance of investing in strategic infrastructure to enable the economic development and growth of the waterside, improving journey times, facilitating active travel modes, and redistributing traffic away from other less suitable routes, such as those through the National Park and through the waterside communities. It forms part of the Waterside Transport Strategy that was adopted in 2022 and is closely engaged with stakeholders including New Forest District Council, the Solent Freeport and the New Forest National Park. The programme is currently completing an outline business case which will determine both the viability of the scheme, the required acceptance of local stakeholders and funding being in place before construction. Scheme development work has been on hold for the last few months whilst additional funding required to develop the scheme up to the point of planning application and OBC submission was secured from funding bodies. I'm pleased to say that that additional funding has now been approved, development work has restarted and the scheme webpage will be updated with the latest timescale in due course with an expectation that subject to a funded business case, a planning application will be coming forward next year.
Councillor Harrison, have you a supplementary?
I do, Chairman. I wonder if the Leader would be generous enough to extend an invitation to meet with myself and the 2 other county councillors that have a particular interest and stake in the A326. I do pay tribute that you were generous enough to come along to Totton and discuss the Junction Road scheme, and you were persuaded on that occasion. And I think that there are some serious reservations about this scheme, not least the £130 million cost of it, which doesn't include the spur road that gives access to the docks or the new docks that are proposed down the waterside. I think it would be a really interesting meeting, and may I perhaps suggest that you invite your award-winning transport planner to the meeting?
The Leader.
Councillor Harrison, David, I'm very happy to come. We'll come and have a coffee in Morrison's, and I can do my shopping at the same time. And no, very happy to come and do that, and to talk through it in the same way that we did with Junction Road. It is, I think it's fair to say, it is an important scheme for us, and we need to find the best possible way that we can deliver the infrastructure that is needed to support the Freeport and support the other developments that are intended for the waterside. The pressure for that increases with the government's proposals for various housing targets that we all now have to face, but understanding the concerns that the local members have and working our way through that is obviously something I'm very happy to do. So I'll make sure that we get something in the diary. If you're not around over Christmas, it might be a good time to try and catch it then. So.
Question to Councillor Menahan, to Councillor Russell Oppenheimer, Executive Member for Health and Wellbeing.
Thank you, Chair. The recent Hampshire Place Assembly highlighted that the rate of alcohol-specific hospital admissions is higher in Hampshire than the England average. And the level of unmet need for people dependent on alcohol is also higher in Hampshire than the England average. What are we doing about this locally? Thank you.
Councillor Oppenheimer.
Thank you, Chairman, and I'd like to thank you, Councillor Menahan, for the question. The Place Assembly on alcohol harm in October was a profoundly transformative occasion for many of the public health and NHS professionals present. I personally learned a huge amount and found it to be a real eye-opener to the enormous cost burden that alcohol misuse puts on individuals, families, society, and of course the NHS. So what are we doing locally? The public health team have invested additional money in Hampshire through a targeted grant to support more people to access treatment and support for their alcohol use through our local alcohol and drug service called Inclusion. This includes a specialist alcohol team to improve pathways to and from primary and secondary care, and assertive outreach to hospital and the wider community to support people to access both treatment and support. As a result, between 2021-2 and 2023-4, we've seen a 56% increase in the number of people accessing structured alcohol treatment in Hampshire. And last year, over 1,600 people received brief interventions for alcohol from Inclusion.
Councillor Mean, have you got a supplementary?
I do, thank you, Chair. Alcohol is the lead cause of liver disease in the UK, accounting for over 60% of liver disease deaths, over 7,500 fatalities annually. Every year, thousands of women lose their lives to alcohol-related liver disease. Sadly, the current trends reveal younger women are being diagnosed with this disease. I ask, are we doing enough to address the specific groups affected by alcohol-related liver disease? Thank you.
Councillor Oppenheimer.
Thank you. You raise an important issue about differences in gender in Hampshire. Inclusion Recovery Hampshire do provide services for anyone with an alcohol or drug need, and there are a number of gender-specific pieces of work, including hospital alcohol engagement workers. These engagement services are tailored to people's needs and include gender-specific workers and women-only groups where appropriate. The Inclusion Service does offer women-only groups both in person and online. Are we doing enough? There's always more we can do, including a focus on prevention and encouraging early intervention through improved awareness on how to spot the signs and refer to appropriate services at every opportunity. Public Health are currently working with Inclusion and people with lived experience to gather further insight on how to improve awareness amongst the public and professionals and to improve access to services, including through development of a digital front door. I think councillors can also play a useful role in raising awareness of the services available to help people to reduce their consumption. And I would encourage all councillors to signpost people to the Rethink Your Drink web pages on the HAMPS website. So the Rethink Your Drink web pages provide important information and advice around how to reduce drinking for individuals and for people they're concerned about. And it also includes information on the full range of local support available for residents across Hampshire. Thank you.
Question 3 from Councillor Crawford to Councillor Roschad.
Thank you, Chairman. This year, Headroom, the young people's charity based in Aldershot North Division, in their annual report to the Charity Commission, acknowledged my continued support via the County Councillor Grant Scheme, and that was their only statutory body funding in income of £90,000. Will you join me in welcoming the outstanding way that Headroom has responded to the rising demand for their expert services within the local community, with an increase of 27% in referrals, as this growing need underscores the importance of their work and their unwavering commitment to meet this challenge. Thank you.
Councillor Chad.
Thank you, Leader. Yes, they and many other charities who work with our vulnerable children and young people across Hampshire do some very important work. And I hope, as with other County Council colleagues, that Councillor Crawford was significantly generous with his grant, as I know other councillors in the chamber are with their grants to other charity organisations.
Councillor Crawford, have you a supplementary?
Yes, Chairman, thank you. Will you look at how communities across Hampshire could benefit from the headroom approach to supporting young people and parents when the needs presented by those seeking help are increasingly complex? Thank you.
Councillor Chadd.
Thank you. Another short answer, yes.
Question 4, Councillor Henderson to the leader, Councillor Nick Adams-King.
Thank you, Chairman. My question to the leader, Councillor Nick Adams-King, is what is the cost to Hampshire County Council of a call-in?
Councillor Adams-King.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson, for your question. It's not possible to quantify the cost of a call-in, as each one will be different with differing levels of complexity and a different number of officers involved in dealing with the request. That said, we can make an estimate of the cost of the most recent one, which dealt with the call-in for Henry Court School, based on a blended charging rate of £85 per hour to reflect the different grades of officers involved. And if we apply that to the time taken by the different parts of the council involved in dealing with the call-in, this includes preparation time and the attendance at the meeting itself. So Children's Services contributed 35 hours, Legal Services 15, and DMS colleagues contributed 11. That totals 61 hours and therefore a total estimated cost of £5,185.
Councillor Henderson, have you a supplementary?
Yes, thank you, Leader. Given the cost to Hampshire County Council and the fact that after the call-in, the scrutiny meeting is held in a clearly defined period, should members putting their name to a call-in be obliged or mandated to attend? So if you're putting a call-in in, you should know that you can attend the scrutiny meeting. Otherwise, you shouldn't put your name to the call-in.
Leader.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. So we don't have a constitutional requirement for that to happen. I think there is a point around the fact that you would not wish to put in the way of any decision or in the way of our democratic scrutiny or your democratic scrutiny of any of the things that the executive or that the council do. You wouldn't wish to put anything in the way of that happening. That said, I would suspect that if our residents were looking at the reasons for us spending that much money on looking again at a decision, if it's already been looked at, then one would expect that members who called it in should be present in order to put their case. And if they were not prepared to do so, there would need to be a very good reason for them not being in the room.
Question 6, Councillor Bromfield.
It's actually question 5.
Apologies, go question 5.
At a recent meeting of the Sir Harold Hillier Gardens Advisory Panel, and I must pay tribute to the great work, as the chairman pointed out earlier, of that body, I was dismayed to hear of the financial challenges posed by the recent government. Could the leader tell us what impact the Labour government's previously unheralded plans to increase national insurance will have on the costs and long-term financial stability of the council and our ability to continue to provide first-class services to the people of Hampshire? Thank you.
Leader.
Councillor Broomfield, thank you for your question. Before I go on to the formal answer, can I just also put my thanks on record to the staff at Hilliers, who have had a pretty rubbish week. They have not only had to deal with the impacts of the storm at the weekend, but they also had to deal with the absolutely reprehensible theft of over £80,000 worth of electrical equipment on Sunday night from the people that are supplying the Light Up event. And at this time of year, finding that kind of equipment again to enable the event to go forward and to make sure that it happened, given the amount of debris that also needed to be cleared up to make the area safe, was going to be pretty horrendous task. They have completed it perfectly. Sadly, they couldn't do the preview event last night, but the gardens will be open for a light up event this evening, and they've worked alongside the people who are delivering light up incredibly hard to get there. And my thanks and my appreciation and to Claire and the entire team at Hilliers for all of the work that they've done. Yeah. So, getting back to the question though, there are two impacts on the County Council in terms of the national insurance rise. Firstly, we will see an increase in national insurance for those staff who are directly employed by the authority. Our estimate is that this will increase our pay bill by over £10 million. But we also understand that the government has set aside funding to compensate us for this increase, or whether that will be in full, though, is still a moot point, and we await the announcement that we expect in the next couple of days that should hopefully confirm that. Whether enough funding, whether that funding that they have put aside is distributed in a way that fully compensates the County Council remains to be seen. The second impact, though, is through the additional cost of national insurance that will be a burden on our suppliers and providers of services who will look to pass these costs on to us. Just in the social care sector alone, we estimate that this could increase costs between 10 to 13 million pounds, which is money that we do not have and will not be compensated for by government. This compares to the 8.7 million we understand we may get from the additional £600 million of social care grant that was announced in the budget. So in net terms, we will be worse off as a result of the government's rescue package. And I have to say, ADAS, the body that brings together all of the care home providers, has already said that they think it will increase their costs by between 6 and 7% as a consequence of the budget, which of course will be passed at some point on to us and also to the people who self-fund, more importantly. I suspect that, yes, again, we will be looking at a council tax rise of 4 or 5%, or only 2% in terms of the social care part of the council tax, which will of course not fully enable us to refund ourselves for that, nor should it. We should be looking for better ways in which we can operate from the government, as I've said before. Thank you.
Councillor Boothfield, do you have a supplementary?
Thank you. Can you confirm that money ring-fenced for important safety projects, such as in Mortimer's Lane in Fair Oak and in West End High Street, both in my division, are likely to be kept ring-fenced and not being cut back or diverted to other causes? Thank you.
Leader.
Yes.
Now we really do move on to question 6. Councillor Groves. And I'm happy if you want to précis some of your question, but I leave it up to you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, that was my intention, and I will do that. At Council on the 3rd of October, so this is a question to Councillor Kirsty North, Executive Lead Member for Universal Services. At Council on the 3rd of October, you very kindly answered my question relating to the withdrawn public transport services to the west of Chandler's Ford and Valley Park. Would you now be able to very briefly update me on the outcome of your meeting with Stagecoach in early October, officers' engagement with the local community, the future of the Stagecoach 46 service, suggestion of possible diversion of the Stagecoach services, and whether any of these can help meet the needs of pupils from the west of Chandler's Ford and Valley Park attending Peter Symonds College? Thank you.
Councillor North.
Thank you very much, Leader, and thank you very much for the question, Councillor Groves. So, yes, following the removal of the Stagecoach 461 commercial service in September, officers spoke separately with both Stagecoach and Blue Star regarding the removal and the wider supported service. And I did also raise it with Stagecoach at the meeting that I held with them, to which you refer in your question. Neither operator believes it is viable to divert their existing services to cover the area west of Chandler's Ford and Valley Park. The 66, the 1 and the 5 services are all operated commercially, meaning that the routing decisions do sit solely with the operator, and although officers and indeed myself can make suggestions, the operators are under no obligation to act on them.
Councillor Groves, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, please, Chair. Thank you. Could the Council, thank you very much for your answer, Councillor North. Could the Council use funds provided by the Bus Service Improvement Plan settlement to reverse the withdrawal of funds to connect the area to the west of Chandler's Ford and Valley Park to Winchester, perhaps by working with Blue Star to get the extra services on the very successful Blue Star 1 route from Southampton to Winchester, but diverting those extra services through Valley Park and the west of Chandler's Fork and past the Royal Hampshire County Hospital, which is a sort of vital link for all these communities. Thank you.
Councillor North.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your supplementary. As you heard me say, they're not Blue Star do not have any intention of diverting that particular route, but you'll be pleased to hear that Councillor Bauman and myself are engaged with the issue and the broader point on rural buses and connectivity to our towns. And very much the aim is to utilise our BSIP funding to create a new offer and working with our commercial partners to deliver that. So rest assured, we're working on it. Thank you.
Question 7, Councillor Porter to the Leader.
And I appreciate that I have been kept in touch, sort of, on this subject. There's been a great deal of confusion, promises made, but no confirmation about the project, about the budget for this project. Can the executive member tell me the plans for the path between Sun Lane in Alresford and Bishop Sutton, please?
Leader.
Councillor Porter, thank you for your question, of course. The original proposal for the route between Longbarn and Bishop Sutton was to create 2 new sections of footway, but the initial designs exceeded the available budget. I understand that Councillor Porter has met with the project officer earlier this year, and she supported a revised proposal which would focus on interventions to aid pedestrians using the existing footpaths. Designers will be enhancing the pedestrian crossing points and are currently developing proposals to reduce the speed limit along the road. The budget for the project is £192,000. Officers are planning to seek approval for the revised scheme early in the new year and to deliver it on the ground by the summer.
Councillor Porter, have you a supplementary?
Thank you. I appreciate that answer very much, and it partly covers what I was going to cover in my supplementary question. But I suppose for me, it's the challenge that the residents are asking very, very often about this. So what exactly can Councillor Williams and I say to reassure our residents in Bishop Sutton, Byton and Gundleton and Alresford that the full length of the path from Sun Lane right through to Bishop Sutton will be renovated?
The Leader.
So I think you have the answer from your conversations earlier this year and from my answer here. If there is any additional information that we need to give you as a consequence of that supplementary, I'll make sure that you receive it.
Question 8, Councillor Williams to the Executive Member for Education, Councillor Steve Foster.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the kind words and welcome earlier. What provision and support does the County Council provide to schools in adapting buildings to accommodate students or staff with physical disabilities?
Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Williams, for the question. Good to see an early question from a member. Within the Children's Service Capital Programme, an annual allocation of £500,000 is currently made to fund access improvements in schools. The funding is used at both pupil and strategic level, and schools subscribing to the property service level agreement that we have are also able to access specialist advice on alterations, adaptations to their building, to meet their obligations under the Equalities Act.
Councillor Williams, have you a supplementary?
I do, thank you. And thank you for the answer. It's quite encouraging. However, in my short time as a councillor, I've already had a bit of casework whereby a student has required a wheelchair for a temporary disability. The school contacted the county council and were told that it was up to the school to fund that through themselves. So I'm wondering whether Hampshire County Council, through Hampshire Equipment Services, could use some of that equipment that they loan out in regards to adult social care to schools for short-term or even long-term disabilities for students at schools.
Councillor Forster.
Thank you, Councillor, for the supplementary question. It seems to be conflating two different areas. One was infrastructure, effectively, and capital, which I answered. On your second question, that's something that I'll absolutely look at and come back to you.
And we move now on to second questions. Councillor Crawford, number 9.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Monday, the 25th of November, was White Ribbon Day, encouraging men to hold themselves accountable to women and to each other so that positive behaviours change can transform harmful cultures. Gender equality is key to making this culture change happen. It's achievable if men and boys understand and assume their responsibility as allies. Will you contact White Ribbon UK to determine how the County Council can assist with effective public policy and decision-making that will prevent violence against women and girls? Thank you.
The Leader.
I've got the answer. Fighting over it now. Sorry, Councillor Crawford, thank you for your question. Hampshire County Council has a lead role in preventing violence against women and girls, including through leadership of the Hampshire Domestic Abuse Partnership, a statutory board chaired by the Director of Public Health. This partnership is delivering action to prevent abuse against women and girls. We strongly support the White Ribbon movement, which started in Canada 35 years ago. White Ribbon Day is a key day to highlight the great work we are leading, including innovative accommodation models, strong victim survivor services, and behaviour change services for those with abusive behaviour. The strategy and available resources can be found on Hampshire Stop Domestic Abuse Partnership web pages on the HANTS website. Hopefully members will have noted the press notice specifically about White Ribbon Day, which went out on the 21st of November with quotes from me. That press notice announced that Hampshire Domestic Abuse Partnership is marking the UN 16 Days of Activism, which started on White Ribbon Day, which was on Monday, the 25th of November. There are a range of coordinated activities, including training for professionals and press activity to promote effective change in our communities. The organisation White Ribbon UK does a great job of promoting the movement's aims across the private sector, embedding behaviour change in society. Since we at HCC are already working extremely closely with leading organisations such as Stop Domestic Abuse and Hampton Trust, and indeed commissioning services from them, I feel that we're unlikely to learn much by engaging with the White Ribbon UK organisation ourselves, because I know that they already influence many of those other organisations. But I'd be very happy to discuss it further with Councillor Crawford and consider that question further. And if I might just add one final thing, White Ribbon Day is primarily about male violence against women and girls. It is also has an element of violence for male-on-male violence in same-sex relationships as well, which we shouldn't forget.
Councillor Crawford, have you a supplementary?
Yes, Chairman, thank you very much for that very full response. I did note that there is a decision day on the 3rd of December for approval to spend £38.5 million on domestic abuse services. So I'm interested in knowing how that can be targeted to address the particular problem of male violence against women and girls, because that seems to be unduly prevalent, perhaps twice as many cases as there are domestic violence otherwise. Thank you very much.
Leader.
Councillor Crawford, domestic violence of any kind is a blight on our society and a shame that affects all of us and should impact all of us in our thinking across the county. I can't give you the answer on exactly how that is targeted, but I am sure, given the list of work we do that I gave you, that it is at the forefront of our thinking. When the decision day happens on December the 3rd, it's something that I'm sure that my colleagues, Councillor Oppenheimer, would be happy to address at that point, and we can get back to you with more detail of how that's working.
I'm going to call a halt to questions now. Question 10, 11 and 12 will, as I said earlier, receive written answers within 6 working days. We now move on to part 1 for decisions. Before doing so, I'm conscious of the time. I propose to stop for lunch for an hour at 1 o'clock, unless we make really good progress, in which case I will delay that decision to 1:30. Part 1, items for decision, proportionality and appointments. You can confirm the report which was published with the main agenda, and I invite the leader to present the report and to invite questions.
Thank you, Chairman. I will speak quickly. Thank you. As members will be aware, the Council is required to review the proportionality table. The draft table before you is as a result of full consultation with all group leaders. The appointments proposed take into account changes in the draft table alongside a small number of other membership changes, and I move the recommendations.
Any questions at all? Any debate? Are you happy with the recommendations on the supplementary report? Right, moving on rapidly. Medium-term financial update. I invite the leader to present the report and invite questions.
Thank you, Chairman. Unfortunately, this report does not need much of an introduction. We've been very honest and open about our financial position and the extreme pressures we face in areas such as social care and school transport. I have said before that our costs for these services are only limited by the number of eligible people who present themselves to us, and we continue to see greater numbers of adults and children entering social care, and in particular more and more educational health and care plans, which in turn drives high-cost school transport services. This is being made worse by inflationary pressures since 2022, and the report points out that the increase in national living wage and national insurance will not help that position, and you heard some more detail about that in the answer to the question I provided for Councillor Broomfield a little while ago. Our gap in 25-26 now stands at over 182 million, but it is worth remembering that this really represents an accumulated deficit over the last 3 years, where we have used reserves to balance the budget over this period. Faced with such a position, it would be easy to give up and do nothing. But we will not be doing that, and I'm optimistic that as a council we can find our way through this. So, as I've said before, we've worked hard to address the gap, and on top of constant lobbying of government, we've taken additional local action. We've already identified savings of £84 million to help close the gap. We are reviewing every line of the budget to ensure it reflects our core purpose as an organisation. This will create further savings, and these will be reported next year as part of the budget setting process for 25-26. We've reviewed our most senior tier of management and have reduced by a further 5 posts. We are now one of the leanest senior structures compared to other authorities of our size. We are pursuing a policy of digital by default. in the way that we provide services, and are recommending investment of £2 million in a digital optimisation programme that will completely rethink our end-to-end processes across a number of costly and complex services. We are reviewing all possible areas for generating additional or new income streams, using the Council's assets to make a return where the business case makes sense to do so. Alongside this, we are reviewing our office accommodation and rationalising down the number of buildings we have, generating savings in running costs and capital receipts for the disposal of our properties. And that's where I come back to the point that those capital receipts need to be spent on items that will reduce our pressures through the pressure on our revenue through providing better care for our residents. We continue to look at ways of being more efficient and effective in the way we provide services, and to change structures in the Council to streamline common areas such as business administration, complaints handling and responding to FOIs. And we are reorganising the way we undertake commissioning, procurement and contract management across our largest spending directorates. You have seen that we've introduced a mutually agreed resignation scheme to allow staff to resign from their posts in return for a payment. This will allow us to help deliver savings in the long term, but importantly allow staff to make their own decisions about their future, helping to retain jobs for those who wish to stay and avoiding the need for compulsory redundancies for as long as we possibly can. We are a well-run council, as demonstrated through external inspection on a number of levels. We have good financial management across the council. The position we are in is not of our own making and is mirrored in other authorities up and down the country. The rescue package provided by the government was anything but that, and I remain concerned about the financial sustainability of the sector. I'll be writing once again to government to spell out our position and to request once again that we be given the tools to address some of the problems ourselves. If they give us the tools, we can fix the problem. And until then, we will leave no stone unturned in finding our way through. So, members, I commend this report to you.
Questions to the leader? Debate? Councillor Harrison.
Thank you, Chairman. It's often been suggested that one way out of the problem would be to hold a referendum on removing the council cap. And I understand that if Hampshire went along that route, it would cost in the region of £600,000. And that is assuming that we did it on the same day that we had all-out county elections. Now, as ever, I'm very keen that we don't waste money, and £600,000 is no small sum. So I'm anxious that we might make the mistake of holding a referendum and then not getting the answer that we want. And I think that's probably shared by all members. And I wonder whether the leader has given any thought to perhaps carrying out a rather less expensive survey in order to find out in advance what the answer might be. Thank you, Chairman.
Leader.
Councillor Harrison, thank you. In a sense, I think we've done that. And we did that earlier this year as part of, last year, as part of the consultation that we carried out into asking people what they expected of us. At that point, what we found from the people of Hampshire was that they were happy to pay more for services. They were happy to consider contributing a fair amount. They were supportive of us looking at ways by which we could means test the services for which we currently are unable to do so, and that whilst they were very clearly opposed to reduction in service, they were happy to pay more for those that they received. That is exactly what I'm asking the government for. We could spend money on a further survey that would look at how much people might be prepared to pay in council tax. That would give us some evidence. Unfortunately, it doesn't give us the statutory ability to do so. It'll be really interesting to see how Bristol comes, what the result of a very similar piece of work that's happening in Bristol, I think by a Green Council there, to make that suggestion, how that is received by government. But we know that when other councils have carried out similar consultations, not least Somerset, who have then asked government for the ability to increase council tax by a higher amount, government have said that the only route for them to do so would be via referendum. As you rightly point out, a referendum would cost us a significant amount of money, even if it were held on the same day as a full election for either the districts and boroughs or for the county. And what I can say is that I see no benefit in us doing so, but I'm pretty sure that the answer we'll get would be no anyway, and we would have just spent more money on asking that question. The only reason we wish to go down that route would be to prove yet again for government that we've done absolutely everything we can.
Councillor House.
Yep, this is debate, Chairman, yes.
Sorry?
This is debate, yes.
I think we're still on questions, actually.
In which case I pressed my button too quickly.
Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Chairman. My question is about this issue of requesting that there should be exceptional financial support. The question is really presaged on the fact that Rushmore Borough Council went through this exercise about this time last year because of their financial difficulties for quite different reasons. And they approached the government informally and were told, you won't get this exceptional financial support unless you can convince us that you've done everything possible to cut things as much as possible. Is that the case with Hampshire County Council now?
Councillor Crawford, the very short answer to that is yes. The entire process that we've gone through this year at looking at what is our core purpose, what are we statutorily required to do, what is there left that we can possibly look at where we can do things differently. And we have been using not only the normal system of external inspection, such as Ofsted and so on, to look at the process of work that we do, but also looking to our neighbours and to other authorities that are similar to us to be able to come up with examples of where we are doing things at the absolute minimum of what we are required to do and that we are still unable to make the budget balance.
And now, as far as I'm concerned, we're still on questions. So, Councillor James, any more questions? Councillor Dowden.
Yes, Chairman. I'd just like to ask the question in regards to the leader. Yes, we are in a dire situation. Are we so dire that even this morning, it was sad actually, that the honorary alderman, after all the years' service and what they've done, they had a certificate and it was not even framed. The question is, in future, if any honorary alderman, could we not even afford a frame?
Leader.
I have to look into that. I think that's something that we should look at. But every single penny, Councillor Dowden, every single penny.
Now, if there are no more questions, we go on to debate. Councillor House.
Thank you much, Chairman. What a mess we are in after a decade of majority Conservative government. What a mess. Is it not an absolute disgrace that local government has been destroyed by the last decade of Conservative government? We should all be ashamed of that. Well, at least you lot should be. We have had a strong commitment to local government through those years. But your party, Chairman, your party leader, through their members of parliament, have cut and cut and cut and reduced vital services that our communities need. It is a disgrace, and Hampshire is nearly bankrupt as a result of those policies. Don't blame the new Labour government. They inherited a financial hole. They're perfectly capable of making enough messes themselves, even beyond those that your lot made. So I have a wish list too, Chairman. I have a wish list too. I thank the leader for his. I wish the Conservatives had lost the 2015 election. I really do. 9 years of devastation of local government services resulted when we were the only country of the Western democracies that kept going with austerity because it was an ideology to try to create a small state, but they even failed on that because we've got the highest taxes since World War II and the worst services since World War II. It is a disgrace, and I can't believe that any of you were prepared to vote for Conservative Party policies at any point since that time. I have a second wish, Chairman. I have a wish that we were able to run the kind of services that we ran when I was first elected. I have a wish that we were able to reinstate children's centres, to engage parents and help tackle poverty. I have a wish that we were able to maintain youth services, that we were able to engage young people and better support mental health. I have a wish that we've been able to maintain accredited community support officers, so we're able to tackle ASB. I have a wish that we've been able to maintain buses and public transport so we could tackle isolation, so we could help people keep engaged. I have a wish that we could have kept going with urban regeneration schemes, with mobile libraries, with community grants, with support for the arts. All of these things were cut as a result of the last decade of Conservative austerity, Chairman, and it is a disgrace. I have a wish, Chairman, that the new Conservatives would accept that it is their responsibility for getting us into this mess. You were part of that. It was your MPs, it was your national government. It is a disgrace. We need to understand that. And all of the attempts we're already to see to try to blame the new government for the last 10 years of austerity simply will not wash. So I wish we could accept some responsibility for the mess we're in, that your party chairman, your party leader, has made Hampshire County Council nearly bankrupt. It really is not acceptable. But Chairman, yes, of course, I have another wish too, which is I do wish you a happy Christmas. Leader, I do wish you a happy Christmas. We are all in this together. We need to try and fix this. There are no quick fixes left. We can still try and improve efficiency. We can still try to create more income, but the only answer now is either, probably and both, government to relieve us of some of our financial responsibilities and give us more freedoms, as the leader has said, and or, but preferably both, to reinflate local services in the way they've reinflated some other areas of the public sector to make sure that we can keep going and deliver the things that matter most to our community, that actually have made and still can make Hampshire a great county of the future, not a county council that is going and is nearly bankrupt. Thank you, Chairman.
Next on my list is Councillor Wallace.
Thank you, Chair. All right. Got to follow that. All right. I actually spoke on this at Cabinet last week, and I make no apology for repeating some of those comments here today. This is a very important issue, and we all recognise that. So there's no getting away from the fact that whilst the news in today's report is not unexpected, it comes as a blow. Nobody here, not officers, councillors or residents, wants to see the council rapidly depleting financial reserves and heading towards declaration of a Section 114 notice. The council has to address some massive financial challenges now and over the coming years, but we must ensure our residents, and particularly the most vulnerable that rely most on the council's support, are at the heart of any decisions that we make. But it's not only our residents we need to think about. Council officers will be at the front line, are at the front line of working with our communities, and will need support from both the council as councillors here and from residents as we ask them to do more with less. Whilst we have to deal with the situation that we find ourselves in and need to do the best possible job in these circumstances, I am angry at the reasons for us being here. The council's not perfect and there are always opportunities to make improvements. However, it's clear that the main issues have been caused by the government. For years, successive governments have focused on short-term gimmicks rather than long-term planning. The government sets the legal duties of councils but then repeatedly fails to provide the funding that local authorities need to support their delivery, or gives the council the means to raise their own funding. We have an ageing population, which means that every year more funding is needed to support adult social care, and yet no more funding is provided. In the past 10 years, the demand for children's social care has more than doubled, and yet no more funding is provided. In the past 10 years, the number of children and young people who need special support with their education and health due to a learning difficulty or disability has more than doubled, and yet no more funding is provided. School transport costs, driven mainly by education, health and care plans, are skyrocketing, and yet no more funding is provided. The report includes a statement that an independent panel has confirmed that even if the council were operating with all services at the legal minimum service level, the council would not be able to balance a budget on a sustainable and recurring basis. That is an absolutely shocking statement to make, an indictment of failure on the part of the people who've been elected to represent us. None of these issues are easy to resolve, and solutions may not be popular. So instead of addressing the issues and coming up with a feasible long-term plan, the previous government delayed, prevaricated, and limited itself to short-term measures. Whilst I appreciate that it's convenient for the administration to point the finger at the current government, the financial issues that this council is facing are long-term structural problems that the previous government chose to ignore. The current government is now responsible for picking up these problems. Therefore, I ask that the leader, the chief financial officer and the chief executive take a message back to the government and to our elected MPs who are there to represent us in government that this is not good enough. Our residents deserve better and we expect them to deliver. Thank you.
Councillor James.
Thank you, Chair. I'm standing to speak not against the recommendations, which I'll be supporting. I'm pleased to see mention of Manydown. I am part of the administration that has, in 17 months, completed the Manydown deal that the previous Conservative administration at Basingstoke and Dean spent 17 years not completing, something we're very proud of. But I'm going to talk about the report itself, because it does talk and repeat the line about disappointment with the Labour budget, as if up until October the 30th all was going swimmingly well. We know that's not true. The reality is we won't know what the impact of the Rachel Reeves budget will be until probably the 19th of December, when we'll get the final settlement figures. But we can see from the headline figure it's clearly not the miracle that we need to avoid issuing a 114 notice in the near future. But the report misses out why we are in need of that great miracle to resolve our financial problems. And it's not anything to do with Labour. You'll remember twice in the Rishi Sunak years, national insurance was cut because there was spare money. Those moves were cheered by the Hampshire MPs, which were all Conservative, and thankfully many of them now no longer with us. But they cheered that when they knew the other option was to solve social care, to solve local government finances. But they cheered, they went for their own short-term political careers over the future of this county. We also can't avoid the fact that some of those decisions that were made in this chamber by the Conservatives previously, all those years of freezing council tax, claiming that we were some miracle workers, that we had great financial resilience, that we could do no wrong. Those early cuts to road maintenance budgets that now mean we have to spend tens of millions of pounds more repairing potholes that perhaps wouldn't even be there had we maintained a maintenance regime. And let's not forget as well the years of saying that our reserves could not be used to generate income, could not be invested wisely in our community to help support services, because that was reckless. And now we're just shoveling them on the fire, the burning fire of that deficit, to hold back that 114 notice for a little bit longer. These were all political decisions made by the Conservatives, short-term decisions. I think the report should also perhaps pay tribute to our officers, because they're the ones that ultimately have to suffer when they're phoned by the vulnerable and they can't offer the service that they know that person needs and deserves. I think it's a real shame that the commitment, the effort and the innovation our officers have put in over recent years is no longer enough to compensate for the political poor judgment made by the Conservatives. So I think the report is very clear. This report is not saying it's Labour's fault. This depressing report, the truth is, this is a Tory legacy. Hampshire is broke, the Tories broke it.
Councillor Collett.
Thank you, Chairman. The leader said a little while ago that this problem is not of our making. I'm not going to be popular in what I've got to say, but there are times when you have to speak truth to power. I'm going to go through a few things just to remind you. First of all, back in the 1990s and the noughties, our group pointed out that if you didn't treat the deteriorating state of our highways seriously, you would end up with the highways falling apart. Now that our highways are riddled with potholes and you're spending millions filling the potholes, you blame it on the weather. No, it's because you didn't look after the highways properly. And we actually had a case at the Cabinet recently where the decision was made that we cannot cut the budget for filling potholes. Correct. Instead, we'll cut the budget for preventing potholes, the planned maintenance. That's the mad situation your planning has got us into. Then there was the council tax freeze in 2011 to 2015. You told us, and you're the ones that know your MPs, that the government was going to raise our revenue support grant to cover that, and that therefore we could levy a zero increase. Did they raise the revenue support grant? No. We only get 48,000 revenue support grant now. Those 5 years of zero increase cost us £99 million a year. Every year, £99 million. Another £99 million next year. Then there's the £200 million of revenue support grant we used to get in 2011-12. It's all in the Director of Finance's briefings that he's given us at the member briefing days. That £200 million is down to 48,000. Did you make a fuss about it? Did you fight your MPs and say you cannot do this to Hampshire? No. You tell us you had some quiet words behind the scenes. But your loyalty to your party outweighed your loyalty to Hampshire. And then it's all the fault of these people who are getting older who need more support. Well, yes, of course they do. Absolutely essential. But we've known about the demographic time bomb for decades. It's not a shock. It's something everyone knew was coming and needed to be planned for. And if you hadn't lost that £99 million a year and the £200 million a year of revenue support grant, if you'd shouted from the rooftops like we told you should, we would have been in a much better position to cope with that demographic time bomb when it came along and bit us. It's the same complacency we see now about dealing with climate change. Oh, yeah, you've got a strategy for climate change. We're going to sort it all out by 2050 because that's what the government requires you to do. There's no attempt to do it faster. There's no attempt to treat this as a higher priority. Let the people in 2050 worry about that. Chairman, the Conservative Party here in Hampshire and in government is responsible for the mess that Hampshire is now in. I know you'll do everything you can to deny that. Nationally, you'll blame Vladimir Putin and COVID. You'll ignore the impacts of Brexit and austerity. Locally, you'll blame the rising cost of adult care and children's care. And you'll not mention all the different investments you could have made to generate more income to protect our services. Chairman, this is all the result of Conservative policies, and we must make sure the voters know that when they choose who they want to run the County Council in the future.
Councillor Drew.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman. Don't you just love it? The in-house rant that we have to listen to. It's awesome. Or a rant from atop the fence, because it's very easy to sit on the fence politically when you have to make tough decisions. It's not easy. And I can refer to colleagues over on my left who find in government they've got to make those difficult decisions. But frankly, Keith House, what a load of nonsense. The first part of your rant. The first part of your rant. And I think, for me, we have a challenge in finding enough money to do what we are required to do. My wish, my Christmas wish, my big Christmas wish, other than supporting what the leader said and wishing us all a happy Christmas, is to know where Keith House is going to get all this money from. Because a former leader of Test Valley Borough Council said that you can do anything you want, you can have anything you want, but you've got to say where the money is going to come from. And I'm not sure, Chairman, to be honest, the leader of Eastleigh Borough Council is best placed to tell us where to get more money from. I may be mistaken, it may be an illusion. But I'm very happy to support this proposal, and I don't think there's anything more that we can add except to continue to plea with the current government, because they're the ones in government, to be more flexible with the way we're allowed to spend our money. Thank you.
Councillor Latham.
Thank you, Chair. We're talking about a budget or a budget to come for 25-26 for Hampshire County Council. I've heard all the talk from this side of the chamber. I'm not going to rant or shout. I do take objection to the suggestion that this council is nearly bankrupt, which is far from the truth and is not the reality. For the budget itself to come, there are two figures which are important to me. One, the 182 million budget deficit, which we have to solve by 25-26, and that figure has been reduced to 116 million, which again is the figure that this council has to achieve in order to balance its budget. Within that figure, I think we need to look at firstly where the government is coming from in 25-26. They have indicated an emergency payment or in the budget of £1.3 billion, and we think we might get £8.7 million out of that. They've indicated it will go to the most deprived areas or councils within the country. There are 151 of them, and there are 135 more deprived councils in the country than ours. So in terms of the pecking order for money for the future, I think we all can work out just exactly where we come. The reality is that we have a deficit which is running at 60 to 70 million pounds a year, and that is the reality. As far as this council is concerned, we have had reserves which have been considerable and continue to be considerable. And it's the strength of those reserves which we have put aside over the years which enable us now to be confident that we can balance the budget for 25-26. Within that figure, we can now transfer to BBR 90 million, and the council officers have also been looking at how they can balance the budget between 90 million and 116, and they think they can find that extra money to balance the budget for 25-26. Looking beyond that, I haven't got a telescope. I can't say what's going to happen after that, but I know we have substantial reserves left, which the officers will, I'm sure, be looking at to see if there are other savings that can be made. So taking all of that into account, this figure is alarming. I understand that. Having said that, I believe that the door still opens, or it is open, for this council to continue to work within its means with the help of whatever government support we can get in the future. The door might be closing on us, but it's by no means shut yet.
Councillor Davies.
Thank you, Chairman. When one listens to a pile of vitriol coming out of the mouth of the leader of the Liberal group, one frankly is disgraced by being in the same room as him. If he can't come up with some positive suggestions rather than simply ranting, then I think he should shut up and sit down. Well, let's just remember that for the last 14 years, the first 5 years of that, actually, it was a Liberal and Conservative joint government. If you want to know about austerity, read the Orange Book, or perhaps he actually hasn't lost his copy. You know, when we had austerity, we had to have austerity, and we went through it and we've dealt with it. It's not true there was a large hole in the balance sheet when Labour came to power. That was entirely synthetic as well. I'm fed up with hearing synthetic rage from people who actually are politically imbeciles.
Councillor Porter, follow that.
Thank you. I'm waiting to turn. No, that's it. I'm not an imbecile. I read the papers, and the leader described the position exactly as it was. Yeah. And the whole administration, including all of us, know the dire position we're in. I don't think we're imbeciles at all. We're reading the paper. And it's clear that some people are putting their head in the sand. And that is not any use at all. We can argue, and we need to make our political point because we do have different beliefs. And we believe that austerity was a short-term process and it should not have carried on long-term. Because, as the leader said himself, the only way we can do our business plan is to try and predict how many people need the services we have and we can provide. And that is the problem for us. It's not like a company. You can't have a business plan and decide what your reach is going to be. You just have to wait and see who turns up and needs the services. The leader identified £84 million of the savings that we've already tried to make as a council for 25-26. You mentioned our reserves, and that meant using some of those essential contingencies to balance the books for 25-26. For instance, we used to self-insure for schools. That money is being taken out of the budget so that if in future a school burns down, please God it won't, but if it does burn down, then this council will have to go out and seek a loan to actually cover the cost of repairing it. I'm very concerned that the future council starting in 2025, and it may include some of us, it may not include many of us, will have nothing left in the coffers now, and moreover, having lost officers with huge knowledge and experience, that is a great deal of worry to me. The public consultation of cuts covered just 10% of the total savings required and would have not addressed the deficit anyway. Enormous sums of money were spent preparing those consultations, managing the working parties and subsequent reports. And as the leader said, every penny counts. The Conservatives put forward previously prepared amendments to Cabinet that negated most of the work done by officers. It was a waste of time and money. That's what makes me angry. The MTFS allows us all to reflect on the situation as the Executive planned the final budget for 25-26 in February. I wouldn't like to be one of them. It's a really hard job. And I would hate to be the officer that has to tell the leader that he may have to go to government and have a Section 114 purely because we haven't had the money from central government for special needs, which we were promised by the Conservatives many years ago, and which has never turned up as pounds and pence into our bank account. So just like the public ask, what we want is value for money. What they want is value for money. Projects should be planned to last, not just last for a temporary fix, but for decades ahead, not just for headlines, but so that we can actually continue to serve every single one of the public that needs us.
Councillor Philpott.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's been some good contributions, I think, to the debate, and some possibly some not quite so well-informed ones. When Liberal Democrat councillors remind us that had we not frozen the council tax, we wouldn't be in the position that we are now, they need to perhaps give themselves a bit of a reminder of what they said themselves. Focus newsletter, I'll read from it, and I'm quite happy to furnish you with a copy. Good news for Gosport. No council tax increase, thanks to the Lib Dems. For the 4th year running, there will be no increase in Gosport's council tax, thanks to the Lib Dems. Gosport's council tax has been frozen, thanks to the council tax freeze grant approved by Liberal Democrat MPs in government. Gosport council taxpayers save an average of £50 each. It's good news for Gosport, one way in which the Liberal Democrats in government have helped keep your council tax bills down. So, when Councillor Collett and his colleagues tell us that the freeze on the council tax was all our fault, perhaps you might want to rewrite your scripts.
Councillor Burton, and this will be the last contribution before we break for lunch.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to say I recognise and appreciate these are difficult times and they will lead to difficult decisions. But it's important to recognise them, plan for them and take action, something I believe we are doing. Something, sadly, colleagues in this room failed to do. The answer for them is just carry on with some more reckless borrowing. So I wonder, are they disgraced at the state of Eastleigh Borough Council finances? And I wonder if the residents of Eastleigh wished for better management of the finances. Let's acknowledge Eastleigh is broke and the Liberals broke it.
Councillors will now break for lunch and reconvene at 2 o'clock. 9, but who knows? I'm in the hands of councillors as to how long we spend. And I've got, as far as I can see, Councillor Heron.
Chairman, thank you. And can I first by saying thank you for the lunch break, because I fear you've saved me making a terrible error. I was going to speak before lunch and apologise to Councillors House and Councillors Collett, who I see haven't made it back with us this afternoon, for the decisions that we made against their sage advice. You know, all those freezes to council tax when they presented alternative budgets for the changes and to increase it. And you know, for all those terrible decisions that we made in the face of Conservative ministers and their changes. And then suddenly I realised, having had this lunch break, to look back at the alternative budget, despite that outrage from Councillor House and Councillor Collett, do you know, not once did they propose that we did increase council tax. How strange. Perhaps that collective failure of memory. And then it goes further, because when you look back at some of the changes to national policy that have put us in this predicament around, for particularly children's services and the expansion of the HCPs, oh no, they were Lib Dem ministers in the coalition government. So not only did they not encourage us to put that council tax out, not only were they not out with those focuses saying, you know, these dreadful Tories freezing your council tax against our advice to put them out, their ministers were the ones that put us in many of these predicaments. How duplicitous, how underhand, how revisionist, but then it's not really surprising, is it? You know, this is the party that says one thing to one group and another to another group. You know, the party that campaigns in the New Forest against increasing car parking charges but raises them in Winchester. You know, the party that will no doubt join with us today in supporting our farmers, at the same time advocating policy on the environment and net zero that would put those very farmers out of business. So it isn't surprising. It's just sad that we have to hear the election gun fired so soon and so far away from May. And really, as we've seen, I don't think that people are going to forget, and they clearly aren't forgetting, that this is a party that will really say anything in an election leaflet and do anything to have a taste of power. You only have to look at tuition fees.
Councillor Taylor. Oh,
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for the contributions that we've had so far. I'm jolly pleased that we passed the debate not hate motion. I hate to think what we would be like if we had not done that. And I'd like to talk about our core purposes. Now, most of you, I hope, will remember that when we passed the budget, I spoke against returning or deciding that we would be a council of legal minimum services. And the reason that I was against that is because it takes away our ability to have discretion. And I still feel that way, and I still feel that way about progressing in that way, and we might dress it up and talk about our core purposes. But the reality is, when we talk about our finances and our budget, the thing that we're forgetting in all of this, and all the debate that I have heard today, is our residents and the people. Our first deputations were very clear about the impact on lives that the lack of finances and that cuts and decisions that we've been making have had on people's lives. And I'd just like to remind people about that with a case study of my own, in my own area. I have a lovely lad that lives in my area, and he has SEND, and he's going to college, and he has to get on the bus from one end of town to the other end of town in order to do that. And he's not yet quite ready to do that on his own, so he has a companion. And some of the decisions we've made, because we want to be a council of legal minimum services, not use our discretion widely, is we decided to save miserable £70,000 by stopping people who have the disabled bus pass using buses before 9 o'clock. Now, this lad has to get to college before 9, so he can't now. Well, he could, but he'll have to pay his bus fare. And of course, the same is true. We've cut the money for the companions. So his mother, who normally goes as a companion, can't go either. Well, that's not true. They can pay the bus fare. And this will come to an extra £100 a week, or £500 a month on a long month. And we'll probably, in a family that has financial difficulties, on restricted income because of the nature of the situation they're in, to have a very difficult decision of that young lad giving up his college course, because we had to make those decisions. So when we make the decisions about how we choose to spend our money, it's our residents we should be thinking about, not political posturing. And I'm really sorry, but I'm quite cross with some of the things that I've heard today. We don't have much choice, and there aren't many options for us and the way forward. But I do believe, and I still believe, and so I'm going to say it again, that going down a legal minimum service is something that actually takes away our choices to make the best decisions for our residents. I know one of the things that we will have to consider is whether or not we keep up with councillor grants. And although it's going to be tough, I would ask that we try to see if we can find a way to do that, because that will be one of the only elements of discretion that we will be able to have where we can make those choices that benefits our community. I've also heard rumbled around about how we must increase council tax, and we'll ask the government to do that, and preposterous figures like 10%, 15% increases. But how would that family pay that? So I know it's tough. I know we're going to have to keep lobbying the budget, but please, can we really not take away too many of the remaining things we have that enable us to have discretion to support our communities? Thank you.
Are there any more speakers? Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Chairman. I was debating whether to say something or not, and Councillor Taylor has just prompted me, because it's a very level-headed speech. I was listening to Keith House's introductory speech, thinking to myself, Keith, this is a council meeting, not a party conference. This is a council meeting where we have to make difficult decisions. It's not a roustabout, an election hustings. And I think that Keith, and I say it to Adrian as well, really let the council down by just succumbing to the party political broadcasting that they did at the beginning of this debate. Our officers have been telling us now for something like 6 or 7 years, I think, that the direction of travel that this council has been in has been unsustainable unless the government changes its direction in terms of local government finance. And indeed, the Lib Dems picked up on that 6 or 7 years ago and threw it back at us when we were having a budget debate. But this has been on the back burner for years and years and years, and the officers have been absolutely straight as to what the problems are that we're having to face. And it gets more and more difficult each year. One year we were saying we've picked the low-hanging fruit, now it's getting more painful, more painful, more painful. And we can all speculate as to what the government's motivation is, or what the civil servant's motivation is. And I've got some theories on that. But this has been brewing for years. And I have to say that the party conference speeches that we heard earlier on would have had more credibility had the Liberal Democrats proposed any changes to the budgets at all for the last 4 or 5 years. But they didn't. They had nothing constructive to say then, and they've had nothing constructive to say today. And the only person speaking from the opposition benches who has had something constructive to say has been Councillor Kim Taylor, who's just given that contribution, much of which I agree with, and if I don't agree, at least sympathise with. And that is the tone that this debate should have been, and it isn't. But we should hold on to a few things. despite the difficulties that we have been facing, this remains a well-run council. We have a Children's Services Department, well done Stuart, for taking over, which is still outstanding in all respects. And I was worried when Steve Crocker left and a new face went in, whether that could be sustained. And it was. It's a well-run council. And our adult social care is superb. The sadness is, and I've said this before in council, that we save hundreds of lives a year through our children's services and our adult social care, and we get measured on potholes. But that is the truth of being a county councillor. This debate deserved something better than the introduction that we got from the Liberal Democrats. We've got to support this report, and for goodness sake, next time we debate the finances, let's do it in a more measured way.
Councillor Craig.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't actually going to stand and say anything at all, and was hoping that it would finish with Councillor Taylor, because there were things said in this chamber on all sides that maybe not all of us agree with. But even then, Councillor Taylor stands up and says something positive, and it's ruined, again, by all the blame being on one side of this chamber. It's about time we all stood together. We are a council that are all Hampshire County councillors. Take responsibility in trying to move it on, not just blame game all the time. Thank you.
I've got no more speakers on my list, so I'll ask the leader to respond.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I think this debate's gone on for a significantly longer period than I thought it was going to. And I'd like to thank everybody for their contributions. I think it's been a spirited debate. I completely agree with Tonya. It would be nice if we didn't blame one another, but sadly that's part of the game of politics. And as you begin to get within 6 months of an election, I'm sure that's what we all want to do, is just to make sure that we've got our points across and we create those lines of difference that perhaps should be there. I've got to say, Mr. Chairman, I feel a bit like somebody who broke up with a partner a few years ago, and we've met up just to see how we've got on, and the conversation has been completely consisted of people blaming one another for how the relationship ended. And that, I think, is part of the issue, in the respect that many of those years when we were working together as two parties, the Liberal Democrats and Conservatives in coalition, were those years when the largest amount of austerity was put in place, and certainly all of the council tax freezes about which we were talking earlier happened. I'd like to just correct one thing, is that I think that two opposition members in particular made particularly useful and positive contributions, and that's both Malcolm and Kim, in terms of reminding us of what our real purpose is. And our real purpose is to look after the most vulnerable people in our county. The challenge that we have is that we are constrained by what government tells us we have to do, and we are therefore unable to have the kind of discretion that Kim would like us to continue to have. And there are all sorts of different things that begin to impact upon us, and forgive me for saying something that's political again, but one of the reasons why there are challenges around the young man for whom I feel terribly sorry, who can't possibly be able to do what he hopes to do, is that his bus fare will have gone up as well if he does have to pay it, because the government are putting their bus fares up, and that's yet another thing that we all have to cope with, because there are very many people who get to work on the bus, and they now have to find an extra pound to do each journey. And so all of those are unintended consequences, and all of those are unintended consequences that perhaps we need to remember when we have these debates. Because when we had a coalition government 14 years ago, those of us that belonged to our parties then, I'm sure, looked at it and said, well, we've got to do this, we're all in it together, let's think about that. But the right thing to do, exactly as Keith said, actually, at the beginning of his speech, is to be honest about the fact that we do make mistakes. And too often in politics, people do not own up to the fact that maybe they should have done things differently. And I am completely happy to agree with Keith that there are members of my party, and that our party should look back and go, we shouldn't have done things as long as we should. We shouldn't have kept austerity going for as long as we should. Perhaps collectively we should both agree that we shouldn't have been so severe in our austerity of public services in those 5 years we were in coalition together. But we were, and this is where we are. And I think there is one thing that Jackie said, which I think is really important, and that is that as we begin to talk about these different pressures and these different issues, we need to remember too that the people who sit here who are not elected in this room are impacted by the decisions we make. And that comes back to those unintended consequences. And I think it's, a truism that often you lose the best people first. And there are all sorts of different pressures on us at the minute. And I come back, I don't apologise for coming back to the whole issue of devolution and local government reform. There are people who, thanks to one article in a newspaper on Monday that was relatively ill-informed, I think, but there are people in both this authority and the 11 districts and boroughs in Hampshire who are now sitting and thinking, what's going to happen to me? What's going to happen to my job? How are we going to manage things? But we will manage things, and we will continue to manage things, and no matter what we do in this authority, we will continue to serve the people of Hampshire well. We will continue to be well run. We will continue to manage finances well. And whatever happens, whether we go for a section, whether we have to go to government and ask for a section 114, or whether, actually, so we don't ask for a section 114. I'm going to be corrected by Rob otherwise. Rob tells us that we have a section 114, which means that we can't balance our budget. And if we can't balance our budget, that doesn't mean that we stop doing what we do. We still continue to manage the services that are so vital for people in Hampshire. We still continue to do good stuff. We still continue to fix the roads. We still continue to look after the people that I saw yesterday in Fareham. We still continue to do all the things that we should be doing. We might not be able to do them in the way in which we would like, but we will still be caring for those people. But the one thing I would just really impress upon our colleagues in the opposition is that when you are doing your leaflets, when you are making your speeches, please do not use the word bankrupt. If we are bankrupt, we stop doing what we're doing. If your business is bankrupt, you close. That is not what we're doing. We have a budget pressure. We are not like the NHS who can turn in a deficit. We have to balance our books, and we have to find a way of doing so that might mean using some of that money that Councillor James was talking about, that we're raising out of Many Down in order to do so. I don't want us to do that, because I want us to use that money to do the prevention work that we should have been doing all along. And my predecessor as leader, and Keith, and before him, Roy Perry, have all raised those issues with government, and and governments that were all Conservative, and we have continued to be increasingly loud and increasingly direct about it. And in the last couple of months of the last government, that's exactly what I did. And with this government, I do the same thing. And if I'm still around when there's a different government in place in a few years' time, I'll still do the same thing as well if it's not fixed. Because unless government fixes the entire system for us, we will be part of a very long queue, of which we will not be at the front. There are many other councils in a worse position than us saying the same thing. We will continue to look after the most vulnerable in this county. We will continue to do the thing that is our core purpose. And we will continue to employ excellent officers that do that. But we will have to find ever increasingly desperate ways to find the cash to fill the hole, or to get government to do it for us. And that's my final plea, is that the government need to give us the tools with which to either make ourselves sustainable, or if they want to, they can give us the money. I'm very happy to take money from them. But the problem is that even though they have put an awful lot of money on the table in the budget, as I said to you earlier, of 600 million, we receive 8. And that's it. Sorry, I've overgone. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we've got the recommendation on page 14, A, B and C. Are you all in agreement with that? Okay, we move on to the motion. Item 10. I'd remind everyone that if there are amendments, these should be notified immediately, and the motion can only be amended and not negated. Are there any amendments at all? Yes, sorry. Yeah. So can I ask Councillor Drew to formally introduce the motion? I should have said that first before any amendments were presented.
Not a problem, Chairman. Yes, I'm very happy to formally introduce this motion. Would you like me to not read through it, but summarise it at this point?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Well, isn't lunch a wonderful thing? I'm so pleased that we're much calmer now, and I think because this is an important thing that we're going to talk about. And if I could set the context, or the prologue, if you like. The recent 2024 autumn budget changes to inheritance tax relief announced by the new Chancellor will introduce changes to agricultural property relief, which amount to a family farm tax. This will have a detrimental impact on family farms and farmers' ability to pass on the farms onto their children. Some family farms in Hampshire have been passed on generation to generation for hundreds of years. To change the agricultural inheritance tax relief announced by the Chancellor will harm those who have worked and have been the custodians of the countryside. These individuals are the very epitome of the working people the Labour Party promised to protect during their election campaign. Now, the second part of the introduction details a number of issues that relate directly to that, but my ask, along with Edward Heron, is for three things, Chairman. Firstly, that we sign the National Farmers Union petition. Secondly, that we invite our own cabinet member responsible with oversight for farms to find out a bit more and report back as to how they can best be helped. And thirdly, I'm doing them in reverse order, Chairman. And thirdly, to ask the leader to write to the Secretary of State for DEFRA to see if there are any changes and ask for the changes to be made to this tax in order for to benefit farmers. Thank you.
And I presume you have Councillor Heron as your seconder. Councillor Heron, are you proposing to speak now or later on in the debate?
Chairman, I'd rather speak later, thank you.
Fine, okay. I've got Councillor Porter to speak.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The burden of sorting out the last government's mismanagement of the economy and public services and the resulting 22 billion gap on the country's finances shouldn't fall on farmers whose small farms have been in their families for generations. I, like others in this chamber, have many farming families in my division and understand the number of challenges ranging from the rising costs to the impact of climate change on their farms. This motion isn't perfect, but it does show work in progress. So, the Liberal Democrats will be supporting the motion, but I fear that having a photo taken outside with the farmers today doesn't make up for the Conservatives' failure to support farmers since 2016. The House of Commons Library research commissioned by the Liberal Democrats recently has revealed that farming subsidies have fallen by 20% in the real terms since 2015. That's equivalent to the loss of about £720 million in public funding for farmers. Last year alone, in the period of the Conservative rule, over 8,000 farmers closed their doors. That's about 1 in 25 farms. Farmers are key allies in tackling climate change and the nature crisis, but their mental health is also very much at risk. Their role is critical as we all care for and restore our countryside whilst providing high-quality, locally grown food as well. Their ability to do this has already been threatened by the transition away from the basic payment scheme and, crucially, the uncertainty of future payments to support this vital part of our UK and our Hampshire economy. The main failures of the Brexit deal brokered by the Conservatives has massively contributed to the multiplicity of problems facing farmers. Brexit damage leads to difficulty harvesting, processing, and barriers when exporting to their main markets in Europe. New trade deals have undermined our extremely high standards in environmental protection and animal welfare. Fixing the relationship with the EU could do so much to restore confidence for farming and for the farming community. Now, I know that the Children's Services executive members have briefed Hampshire MPs on the Hampshire County Council ask, and I really appreciate that for our children. I urge the relevant executive member not only to carry out the points in the motion, but also to brief our MPs on the plight of this community too. I know that my MP, Danny Chambers, has a great deal of knowledge on this subject and could contribute to the understanding and the wide-ranging subject of support for the farming community, and perhaps work even harder to secure the future of smaller family-run farms, not just today, but for generations to come. Thank you.
Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Chairman. It struck me this morning when I was thinking about this motion that this is the third attack on ordinary working people in demographics not noted for supporting Labour by this government. First was the vindictive assault on vulnerable pensioners who have worked all their adult lives. Second was the unemployment creation tax in the form of the increasing employers NIC. And this is the third, the farm destruction tax, a food production prevention policy. With the ongoing war in Ukraine, the ongoing conflict in Gaza, both of which are endangering the impact of what Amal Rajan on Radio 4 just dubbed the Crinklies, China, Russia, Iran and North Korea, and the famine still endemic in parts of Africa, exacerbated by what used to be the Wagner Group, food supply is getting more precarious worldwide. Others will draw attention, I don't doubt, to the plight of farming families and all that, and I fully support all of that. But my thesis is that we should, as a country, as we are as a county, be adopting policies to increase food security. And this government's proposals will destroy it.
Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, I'd like to really thank all of the Hampshire farmers who came today. They heard about today's motion and I was contacted and as you saw, a significant number of them came today to show their support for our motion. So a huge thank you to Hampshire NFU, Alan Hutton, who came along with other members. There are several points raised by the farmers today, and the first point I would like to make is that of food security. Food security has never been more important. When the first missile was fired by the Russians into Ukraine, the price of wheat doubled. We can never underestimate the importance of the security of our food chains. The second point that was raised today, and I thought it was a really good point, was farmers are now feeling there's a huge disincentive to invest in their farms. Why should they invest in their farms and increase the tax burden for their children? Farmers do a huge amount for our community. Not only do they provide food, but they do invaluable work with our nature conservation and hedgerows, all sorts of tree planting, so many things in our villages. They clear snow. They provide a wide range, which goes far more than their remit. We owe it to our farmers to support them. And I commend David Drew and Edward Heron for bringing this motion today. Thank you.
Councillor Bowman.
Thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of a farmer who lives in my area. His name is Sam Pike. On a general note, farming's been described as a profession of hope, but it's a tough life with little time off for holidays and a huge responsibility to livestock and crops that provide our food security in this country. Recently speaking to Sam, who's a local farmer in Havant based around Northney on Hayling Island, his family's been farming there for generations, over 100 years. The farm is a mixture of arable, beef and a fruit farm, and just recently Sam has branched out and planted a break crop with sunflowers in the summer, very popular with local people. He also runs a farm shop, provided a very popular service to the local community, and in particular during lockdown, in the COVID years, when they created a drive-through facility, it was an essential business. Since the inheritance tax has been announced, Sam has posted regularly on Facebook, and like 10,000 or more other farmers, he attended the march to Westminster on the 19th of November, listening to others share their concerns of their own family's financial and emotional struggles. Many of them saying they would have to sell off their family farms to pay the tax. One protester apparently owning a farm is like playing a game of pass the parcel with a valuable gift, but the one who unwraps the present is very much the loser. And this will certainly be the case if this tax goes ahead. As Sam says, the business of farming is bigger than us, bigger than the family. It's a legacy that you're born into with all the expectations that go with it. Cows that need feeding at 4 a.m, followed by milking, calving, ploughing in the spring, harvesting, the list just goes on, and family often has to come second. He sees himself and his family as skilled food producers with years of experience, and his farm as a generational asset that would be difficult to replace. Like so many other farmers, Sam is deeply worried about this new inheritance tax or family farm tax. His farm is not large, but the potential tax bill could be as large as $800,000, and this would have to be paid from money that the family has already paid tax on. Mitigation has risk. Even if the farm was passed from father to son, there is no surety for the future. Like many other farmers, Sam would consider selling part or all of his land to a major house builder and pay capital gains on it, but that would eliminate the potential to produce food. And as he says, he and his family could retire and stop farming, but that would add to the food security, reduce local employment, including their own, and there'd be no future legacy for his family. He believes that food production and farm shops will go the same way as energy companies, and that supermarkets will reign supreme with monopolies over what we eat and where it's sourced, the worst example being chlorinated chicken, imported from the US. This new inheritance tax would only really hurt food-producing farms, as the big investors in farming, who the government are supposedly focusing on, have already squirreled away their money in overseas trusts, and financial advisors are on speed dial for further advice if required. Farmers like Sam don't have this luxury, and as he said, there's a huge difference between people like him and his family who never want to sell their farms and a cash-rich investor. Sorry. Pages are stuck together, of course. Even Baroness Malonier, a Labour peer and president of the Countryside Alliance, speaking on the Westminster Hour on BBC Radio 4 recently, said the government's changes to inheritance tax relief smell of incompetence, and that a large part of our party has become urban, divorced from a big section of the community. Rachel Reeves announced this introduction of the inheritance tax of farmers in this budget last month, despite the fact that the Environment Secretary, Steve Reed, previously promised that he would not change the previous agreement. The new inheritance tax policy could affect up to 5 times more farms than the 500 that the Treasury initially said for the year 2026. But it's not just about the tax. The farmers want public recognition and awareness from society about the food they provide and the rural communities. There is a danger that some of the current generations do not know where their food comes from and believe that supermarkets will continue to provide everything they need without actually considering the source of that food. There are already issues with supermarket farm washing and not giving a fair deal to farmers. Needless to say, I am a firm supporter of this motion, and I will leave you with the following thought. President Dwight Eisenhower, whose ancestors were farmers in Pennsylvania, once said, "Farming looks mighty easy when your plough is a pencil and you're 1,000 miles from the cornfield." Thank you.
Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to support this motion. I want to make a couple of points, one of which really isn't in the motion, but I think is a cogent one. First of all, I can understand what the government was trying to do. That a lot of the fat cats have been buying agricultural land so that they could pass it on to the next generation and avoid paying inheritance tax. Okay, they wanted to target the fat cats, but if you do it clumsily, and they have, you end up getting the thin cats as well. And that's what all the complaint is about, that farmers who are passing land down through the generations, not huge farmers, but farmers, are now feel that their legacy is threatened, that the future of their business is threatened, that what they had planned to do in passing on their farm to their sons and daughters is now not going to be possible. And that would have a severe impact on our food chain at a time when, due to world circumstances and decisions we've made internally, we need to become more self-sufficient, not less self-sufficient, in terms of our food. But the greatest injustice, and one that I'm surprised isn't talked about more, is the long-term effect on people, the almost retrospective nature of this legislation. Those of us in this room who are lucky enough to be wealthy might have found that they can avoid inheritance tax by gifting assets to their children, and if they survive 7 years after that gift, it is exempt from inheritance tax. Farmers have been advised financially not to do that, but to hold on and to will the land to their sons and daughters. That's the advice that they've received. And if you're a farmer in your 80s and you've followed that advice, all of a sudden, retrospectively almost, you can't do that, and you haven't got 7 years left in which to gift it and to avoid the inheritance tax that way. So this legislation, to me, is almost like retrospective taxation because it is hitting people at their most vulnerable time. And that's something we always try to avoid. There's no law against it, but we always try to avoid in this country making taxation retrospective. So I think there's a great injustice in the way in which this is being done, and it's not fair, and we should send this motion forward, and we should back the farmers, because what is being done is at worst completely wrong, but at best ham-fisted. Thank you.
Councillor Stallard.
Thank you, Chairman. Members, I represent the Winchester Southern Parishes Division. It's a very rural division. At the one end, it's an elongated division. At one end, I have Newlands, which is a brand new estate of 3,500 homes. At the other end of the division, I've got these small area of Wickham, that would be the size of a market town. But in between, I've got lots of small farms, small villages and small farms. And when I spoke with my local farmers about the inheritance tax, they spoke with one accord, and I decided, with your indulgence, members, I would like to summarise to you today one of the emails that I have received from a farmer who is certainly no fat cat farmer. I've summarised the points of what he put in his email. It comes from a hard-working farmer, and it comes from the heart. And this is what he says. These are his words, not mine. The farm has been in the family for over 100 years. It's a dairy farm. Many years ago, and with the help and advice of my solicitor, an accountant, and a pension actuary, I drew up my will so that my two sons would be able to continue and develop the business. Rachel Reeves has completely destroyed all that planning. The only advice she has given us farmers is that we should talk to accountants to form a plan. I've already done that and thought I had secured a future for my sons and families. This inheritance tax has put paid to all that. My farm makes between £0 and £30,000 a year profit. So like most family farms, we've been, and members, I won't repeat to you the words that I have in the email, but he talks about being kicked in a very sensitive place. He goes on, heads Labour wins and tails my family lose our farm. I am 70 years old, but will need to die in the next year, or everything I have worked for all my life will be destroyed. My family have farmed and nurtured the land for over 100 years, but I can't see any future in farming. The returns are not sufficient to fund the capital needed to keep the farm up together. Farmers don't choose to need subsidies or handouts, but if this country has to have cheap food, which is what the supermarkets and the public demand, then either government has to subsidise it or the cartels selling it need to pass over more of the profit margin to the producers. And now this additional inheritance tax is the final straw. It's the coup de grace. The recent government budget, I'm still using his words, the recent government budget has had a terrifying effect on me, and without exception, everyone I have spoken to. I hope Starmer and company can fix the NHS quickly, because there will be a big run on mental health services. Now, that's concluding his words. My words to you are, Mr. Chairman and members of this council, it is quite clear that the recent budget, and especially the additional burden of inheritance tax, which hard-working farmers now face, is a disaster, not only for the farmers, but for the country. And for that reason, I will support this motion wholeheartedly. Thank you for listening, members and Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Chairman. I should start by saying that Boylston Farm in Ayrshire was in our family for generations, until an accident left my grandmother a widow with 4 children, aged 2 to 13, who then had to leave the farm behind. I'm therefore sympathetic to the concerns of the owners of family farms in Hampshire. However, that's not perhaps the whole story. I watched an 18-minute video by Richard Murphy, and he's a professor of accounting practice at Sheffield University Management School. And he persuaded me that perhaps this motion is on the wrong track. It's entitled, "Why Inheritance Tax Charges Are Really Good for Real Farmers, but Not for Financial Whiz-Kids." And it shows why farmers don't earn enough, as we heard earlier, to cover the high cost of farmland, the cost of machinery, the cost of living, and a reasonable profit. And there's several reasons for that, some of which we've heard. First of all was Brexit and what that did to farm subsidies. Then there's the question of large food manufacturers, and they dominate the prices that farmers can command for their produce because they use them in the products that they produce in great quantities for the supermarkets. The supermarkets are the other parties in question. They negotiate the lowest possible prices for fresh food, and that's to attract the customers into their stores so that they can make profits on the other goods that they sell to them while they're in there, etc. Then finally, there's the financial speculators, and they're forcing up the price of farmland. They're using farmland as a financial instrument to reduce their tax bills by taking advantage of the inheritance tax loophole. But farmers do have good reason to campaign, not about changes to the inheritance tax, but for the government to take action to ensure that food manufacturers and supermarkets pay the farmers enough to attract people into farming who are badly needed for our food security and sustainability, as others have said. Also, last week, BBC Verify looked into the farming tax row, as they called it, which figures are more reliable and why. Both they and the Institute of Fiscal Studies concluded that the government was about right in estimating that the inheritance tax changes would affect about 500 farm estates a year nationally. In the previous item, the Council asked the leader to write to the government to emphasise the Council's financial position, request formal talks, and ask for an allowable increase in council tax above the referendum limit. But that's the problem. If you take money off the government in that way, you're going to, by saying they have to take off the inheritance tax, and then you're saying council taxpayers throughout Hampshire have to pay more, that's not really fair, is it?
Councillor North.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you to Councillor David Drew and Edward Heron for bringing this important motion to us today. It was great to see so many of our local farmers this morning, so I add my thanks to Alan Hutton and the NFU for coming along, taking time out of their day to come and see us first thing this morning. This Labour government is hitting our farmers. It's hitting our food supply, it's hitting our green fields and our rural way of life. Earlier this week, I had the opportunity to meet farmers such as Angus and Andrea. And they described to me the sheer horror for elderly farmers faced with the most awful choice. And Councillor Reid touched on it earlier, but they were talking to me about the very real option that is faced for elderly farmers in their 80s and 90s, and that's whether they gamble that they will live for another 7 years, or whether at the end of April next year they take their own life because they feel it's the only way that their farm can stay in their family. Labour must wake up and do something to reverse this ill-thought-out assault on family farms and on the countryside. I'm very happy to be able to use the relationship we have as a county council with tenant farmers, with the NFU and the wider farming community to do what I can and to do what we can to support family farmers in Hampshire to reverse this destructive tax. Councillor Porter mentioned about including our MPs, and I'm more than happy to engage our MPs as part of this whole process. Because it's not just our family farms, it's farming, it's rural life, it's rural England, which despite Labour having 100 English MPs in rural seats, that they do not represent them and they do not understand them. And we must send a clear message to Labour that they've got this wrong. Family farmers are custodians of the land that they farm, and it's a way of life. And this is no quick fix for this Labour government.
Councillor Heron.
Chairman, thank you. And I must start with just addressing some of Councillor Crawford's points. And listening to his speech, it reminded me of someone who'd just been mugged in court as the mugger was sentenced, and the mugger going, but you didn't have that much to steal, did you? So it wasn't so bad that I mugged you. And that just seemed to me, yes, farmers have had it bad. They've had it bad for a variety of reasons, and I think the history of CAP and the European agricultural policy is probably a big part of that. But certainly to then say, oh, well, we're really doing you a favour by taking your family a farm is a little bit far-stretched. Councillor Crawford did just mention the figures, and you know, this debate on whether it's 500 farms a year or 2,500, really, I think perhaps a little bit of missing the point of the devastation that you're doing to the farms. But, you know, we've had this banded figures. You know, on one hand, we've got the government's figures, and indeed, they were picked up and checked by BBC Verify, by a Labour activist who agreed with them, but they've been pretty much undermined by the information from people like the NFU, the CLA, but then you could say they've got a bit of skin in the game. But today we've heard from the CAAV, the Central Association of Agriculture Valuers, the independent professionals valuing farms day in, day out, and they have said no, it's the 2,500 figure. So I think the Labour 500 is now pretty much discredited. Gerard, I could talk about the farms in my division that have led me to want to support this motion with Councillor Drew, but others have eloquently spoken about theirs, and I was going to talk a little bit about the 230-acre farm in my division that's been in the same family since 1888. It currently has 3 generations there. You know, at about 20,000 an acre, and that's probably a little bit low. It's probably a £4 million holding. It barely gets by and supports the 3 generations that live there. You know, if you're a businessman, and there are many in this room, there's no way you'd be in farming. If you look at the return from the capital employed, you could pretty much even put it in a savings account and get more money than you could by having a farm, and you wouldn't be up in all hours in all weather. Chairman, I hope people will support this, because we've heard about the impact on the families, on the way of life, but what really worries me is something to pick up on Stephen Reed's contribution. Those who farm have an, in a sense of responsibility. They are custodians, not owners. They are people who are there looking after something for their lifetime. They don't actually think that they own the land. They just think they look after it for the next generation and generations to come. And they feel any loss intensely. And the worry I have, and the worry I've always seen, is those who have missed the boat on financial planning, and most of them have, for good reasons they were told not to pass it on early, they will be sitting at home this winter thinking, how can I save my farm? And the dedication that they have, I fear that the suicide rate that we will have from older farmers who realise that the one thing that they've left to give for their land and their families is their very lives, will be a choice that people make. And I do hope Labour realise that not only does this destroy the countryside, not only does this destroy families and the very working people, that people like the Tolpuddle Martyrs, their foundations of the Labour Party created, but actually it will have true blood on their hands.
Councillor Wallace.
Thank you, Chair. So the government was right to identify that the loophole that enables very wealthy people to put money into farmland as a way of avoiding tax is being exploited, and that the loophole needs to be addressed. It's not good for real farmers if land is being bought up by people who are not interested in farming and are just using it to avoid paying tax. However, the government needs to have another look at what it's got planned and be able to make a clear distinction between people who are speculating in buying land and actual family farms. The Treasury claimed that 28% of farmers would be affected by the new inheritance tax, but analysis by the NFU of data produced by the Department for the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs subsequently suggested that up to 2/3 of farms could be impacted by the tax. Clearly, the government has got into a muddle over its figures and highlighted that there was disagreement between different departments about how many farms would actually be caught up in this planned tax. So it does need another look. I'm not going to get into politicking around it, but I just wanted to make those points and then offer my apologies, because I am going off now, because I'm going to go and see Hampshire County Youth Band play at the Albert Hall. So I have to leave at this moment to go and catch a train up there. But so apologies for that, and good luck with the rest of the debate.
Councillor Meenan.
Thank you, Chair.
I'm sorry.
I fear this is a bit like the winter fuel allowance in the fact that there's been no impact assessment conducted. Neither the Treasury nor the Department for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs have conducted an impact assessment on what is being called the family farm inheritance tax. No assessment on the impact on the UK food security. No assessment on the impact of the reinvestment capacity of farmers and businesses. And most importantly, no assessment on the impact of the mental health and well-being of farmers and their families. We have seen the dreadful headlines. Farmer takes his own life in fear of inheritance tax. It will come as no surprise. I am fully supportive of Councillor Drew's and Councillor Herron's motion. Thank you.
Councillor Mellor.
Thank you, Chair. From the constructive comments, I think there were one or two from the other side, the Vest Jaune side of the chamber today. Needless to say, what came out was the reason was Brexit. Of course it was. Of course it was. What you didn't mention was that we saved 9.6 billion by not being in Brexit. Much of that was going to subsidise farming in the EU. Let's have a look at the economic side of things. You may well nod your head, Adrian. It's good that you're listening. You might learn something. Let's just look at the economics of it. At the same time as the inheritance tax situation arose, we had a lot of farmers, a lot of their farmhands are on minimum wage levels, all rocketing up. Threshold on the tax for those just above it stayed the same. The costs, enormous. Oil problems means that farming machinery will go up, forecast 15 to 20% over the next 2 or 3 years. All these on top of losing what their investment is, the farm, is just too much to take. I have to say that it's a disappointment that, that Labour seem to be supporting some of these moves, probably because they run out of options without increasing taxes, and that will no doubt come in the next round of financial application by Rachel Reeves. But I should just ask you, forget the EU Brexit comment. That's gone. That's gone. Thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, it's been an interesting debate, and I will confess that in the division of Basingstoke Central, I don't have any farms, not even a petting farm. Very sorry about that. And of course, those residents who have reached out to me about this issue haven't necessarily been totally supportive of this motion. And indeed, there is a lot of division even within the farming community and the financial people. And you, Councillor Heron, you can shake your head, but there's Farmers Weekly talking about drama kings out in force over the inheritance tax. Now, even though this doesn't affect my division, and even though if I was to be very minded about my forthcoming election, I might want to speak against this motion or indeed speak against farmers, I would like to say that actually I'm very pro-farmers. I think farmers are very, very important. And I think we've all learned from international and global events over the last few years about the importance of fuel and energy security, and indeed food security comes with that as well. There are lots of issues that affect farms. I used to live next to a farm for 30 years, so I'm used to all the clanking equipment, machinery and everything else, and the smells. And there are lots of things that affect them. They have one of the highest rates of suicide. They have one of the highest rates of fatal injuries in the workplace. They have, I think Councillor Heron mentioned this, and Councillor Stallard, increasingly losing profits over many years. You can look at the DEFRA statistics, and most of you know how I like to look at statistics. And, you know, it's a tough life being a farmer, without any doubt at all. The cost of entry is often prohibitive. I do, however, accept and acknowledge the economists' view that we have created an issue with pushing up the cost of land as a result of wannabe farmers, you know, people really just trying to make investments. And that actually is causing a real problem in getting new entrants. So I think that we need to do significantly more and significantly better, past governments, future governments, current governments, in terms of developing a food strategy for this country and a food security strategy for this country. So I am pleased to be able to say I do know that the Labour government is working on that and looking at a whole number of things. And some of that is about the supply chain. I mean, some of these supermarkets, for example, we take one large supermarket, had a profit the previous year of 235 million, and this year is posting 1.4 billion. That tells us that our farmers are not in a good position and that we have a dysfunctional market, and that has to be addressed. And I think some of these other issues are significantly more important than actually the inheritance tax elements. And I absolutely understand what Councillor Stallard said about a lot of people have already made financial plans and done their plans on the basis of putting things in their wills. However, the latest news, as I understand it, is that at this moment in time, the Treasury is looking at and producing papers on removing the 7-year gifting rule for farmers. And I understand that the president of the Farmers Union is in negotiation about where that age limit should start to ensure that that is mitigated. For all of those reasons, and because I think actually the inheritance tax is the least important thing that's affecting farmers, I won't support this because I think actually it's too previous. There is more work to be done and we should wait to hear from that.
I've got one more speaker, and then I'll be asking the leader to respond, followed by the proposer of the motion to wind up the debate. Councillor Huggins.
Thank you, Chair. It is very short, maybe a slightly different tact. We've heard a lot of very personal stories, and I think that is at the heart of where we need to start from. Like Councillor Taylor, I come from a division that has no farms, and the question has been asked, well, how does it affect us? And I think there is, you know, the personal stories and the impact to farmers not the whole story, and the ripple effect is far wider and not necessarily one that has been considered by the government. So food poverty is real. We've heard a lot about cost and quality of food already today, but food has a direct link to each and every one of us and our lives, our mental health, the cost of living, our food accessibility, our choices and the impact on our health through those food accessibilities and the choices we have available to us. Continued pressure and increases will drive up cost and drive down quality or the choices that we can make. So it will have the ripple effects on other services within our lives, including that of public health and the demand on food banks. The ripple effect can also be felt far wider than that in the next tier, which is in sectors such as the hospitality industry, their business modelling, their pricing. So when we talk about job displacements, it's far greater than that and the impact on people's lives. There has been no thought in the future, the job displacements of those generations that are just being born today, and maybe the skills and jobs that they may need to go into because they no longer have the family farm. And they need to be able to provide and prosper. In only 2 days ago, the current government published a white paper of Get Britain Working. There has been no wider consideration of that. As I started, there is a direct impact, and we've heard about that, about the heartfelt stories of those of the livelihoods and lives of our farmers. But the ripple effect is far greater, and it will impact all of our lives in some way and many of our livelihoods. And I fully support the motion. Thank you, Chair.
Can I ask the leader to respond?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'll be brief. Thank you to all of you for your contributions, which I think have been positive and well thought through. I commend the motion that Councillors Drew and Councillors Heron have brought forward. I'm proud of my colleagues for having done so because this is such an important issue for our county. And there are just two things I would quickly say. Councillor Crawford mentioned the fact that, as we've heard very often from the government, that this will only affect 500 farms and 500 families a year. They're not the same 500 farms. They're not the same 500 families. And so, as it spreads its way through the farming community, those farmers in many places will have to be selling parts of their land or selling their entire farm because they will not be able to afford the inheritance tax that will be placed upon them in order to be able to continue family ownership when the current owner passes away. And the impact of that is that the likelihood is that the land will be bought up either by agribusinesses or by the kind of people who buy farmland for tax purposes referred to by Councillor Bowman, who have the ability to manage their tax affairs in such a way that they can hide money offshore, and it is they are the real people that the government should be focusing upon, and not ourselves. And why that is important, not our farmers, and why that is important, why it's so important, is that we as a largely rural county have face with this policy a huge threat to the way of life of our countryside. because it's not just about the farmers, it's about all of the people who support their businesses. Large agri-businesses will not use the local seed merchant. They will not use the local feed merchant. They will not come and help clear the snow, as Councillor Henderson mentioned. They will not use the local small veterinary practice. They will be looking to manage things at scale. And so all of those people who are part of the rural agricultural economy will begin to lose out. And they are the people who are very many of our constituents, they're certainly mine, and they are the people who face an even more uncertain livelihood. So it goes beyond our farms, and for that reason, if nothing else alone, we should absolutely be supporting this motion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Drew, your opportunity to respond to the debate.
Yeah, well, yes, thank you very much, Chairman. You did confuse me because I was advised, well, when I introduced the motion, that's all I did was introduce. I haven't actually spoken to it yet, so I shall take that opportunity
You're very
now.
welcome to do so.
Thank you very much, sir. So obviously the reason that myself and Edward Heron brought this is because we're both very concerned about the impact of this family farm tax on farms. And the motion was worded in such a way that it was simple and straightforward, in that we wanted to write to the government minister to say, Houston, we've got a problem, to use Apollo 13 language, to invite our own experts to give us information on what we can do to support our farmers, and to provide and to invite people to sign the National Farmers Union petition. I'd just like to say to Councillor Taylor, I hope you don't feel you need to vote against this, because there's nothing in it. If the government are seriously looking at how they might address some of the important issues, then I think that would be good, and I'm delighted to hear that. But Chairman, I thought I might be able to add from a couple of farmers. Obviously, as part of what I did was to talk to two. One, Daniel, a farmer in Stockbridge and Houghton. His family farms 1,000 acres, which is all arable. He made a profit last year of £30,000 on. When you look at agricultural land being in the value of region of £10,000 an acre, that's about £10 million. If anyone here invested £10 million in a bank and only got 0.3%, I think they would be extremely disappointed. Not only that, but that's just the land. You add in the agricultural buildings, the farm machinery, etc., 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 and the profits that they make are minuscule. The second farmer from Longstock, 1,150 acres, which is used for organic dairy farming. Again, basic land value there, 11.5 million. And again, add in all the other costs of housing, machinery, plus the labourers, many of whom are on the minimum wage. That's been impacted as well. But they have their homes and council tax paid for them. So there's all the buildings and in effect the value of those buildings that they would have to consider and the total value of the farm. Then add in national insurance and you can see farmers are being hit really very hard indeed. And just thinking about the way we use the tax system, the government and we as a society like to see things that are bad taxed high. So smoking bad, tax high. On the other hand, if you buy yourself a green car, an electric car, that's a good thing, so taxes are low. And I think perhaps the most analogous similarity, which perhaps we can all relate to more easily, are the pubs, clubs, and village shops that we have in our rural part of, in our rural Hampshire. They all get pretty much 100% rates relief. That's a tax relief on them being there. We all think, I'm sure it's vital that we keep our village pubs and our village shops and our village clubs open. That's part of the tax system, and that's something that has changed. And that's will impact most seriously on farmers. So look, I shall keep it short, just as the leader said. This is really about a very simple motion asking us to write to the government to say, please think again. It's about finding out more information from our own sources about farmers to see how best we can help them, and it's an invitation to sign the National Farmers Union petition. That's it. I think that's enough. Thank you, Chairman.
Motion in front of you on page 76, I think it is. Got that right? Yes. Are you all happy? Are you all in favour of it? Okay. Thank you very much indeed. Yes.
We'll just let them say against.
And those against?
Motion's carried.
The motion is carried. And for those of you who are interested in this subject, the House of Commons will be debating it as a result of the petition that is now, I think, over 2.8 million at the House of Commons in Westminster Hall, I suspect, on the 6th of January. Right, moving on. We're on to part 2 now. Part 2 matters. First of all, item 11, changes in responsibilities for executive functions. The leader.
Chairman, thank you. This report confirms the responsibility for executive functions following changes to the Cabinet membership and responsibilities announced at the Council meeting in October.
Are there any questions? Isle of Wight Fire and Rescue Authority. Councillor Vaughan.
Thank you, Chairman. I have nothing to add to my report, but I am happy to take questions if there are any.
Fine. Item 13, Executive and Committee Reports. Executive Lead Member for Children's Services.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm happy to present this report today on short breaks and happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions? And finally, the Executive Member for Education.
Apologies, Leader, my PC was locked. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. This is a report on specialist provision. I'm happy to present this report exactly as it is. I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
Any questions for Councillor Dowden?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I rise not for a question, but to actually give thanks, not actually to the executive member, but to the Stuart Ashley, the director for the service. We had yesterday, it was a crisis for me in Valley Park, part of my division. I am an LEA governor at St Francis School, and I was called upon to act very quickly because the school grounds, car park, and it was coming through the floorboards or just about to start. And thankfully, the rain stopped. Otherwise, the school would have been completely flooded. But the reaction from Stuart Ashley, getting the property services and everybody involved, I'm so grateful, and I wanted to, pay tribute to the officer.
Thank you, Councillor Dowden. Any more questions? Well, that completes the meeting. I wish you all a very happy Christmas and look forward to seeing you next year.